From Earl E. Wilson Stadium on the campus of UNLV, we welcome you into another edition of UNLV Hustlin' Rebel Baseball. Matt and Everett with you here on a beautiful Sunday afternoon, the series finale of a four-game set between the Rebels and the visiting Governors of Austin Peay. UNLV taking two of the first three games to start the 2026 campaign. Looking for a series win today. They've clinched a series split at the very worst against the visiting Governors out of the A-Sun. Today, Felix Ong makes his Rebel debut, the right-hander out of Key West, Florida, the former Florida Gator at 6'5", 210. A big, long right-hander who definitely throws hard, mid to upper 90s, great extension. And Coach Opalewski and this pitching staff very excited to get a look at Felix Ong in a game situation. The Rebels in their red alternate tops here on a Sunday with the white pinstripe pants. Austin Peay in their alternate black jerseys with the gray pants. On bottom, Jason Comiskey, our home plate umpire this afternoon, calling balls and strikes. The crew chief, Jeff Hendricks, down the line at first. Brooks O'Hearn at second base with Alberto Ruiz straddling the third base chalk, our four-man umpiring crew here from the Mountain West. UNLV splitting a doubleheader yesterday against Austin Peay, winning 9-8 in the first game, despite the fact that they went into the bottom or the top of the ninth inning, leading 9-3. They gave up 5 runs without allowing a hit before Jacob Gomberg came in and slammed the door in a 3-pitch, 1-batter save. The Governors got the best of the Rebels in the nightcap, 5-3 the victory. A lot of the heavy lifting due to a first-inning grand slam by Cole Johnson, the designated hitter. His first hit of the year left the yard, and it was the difference for Austin Peay, who won 45 games a year ago. Got their first win of 2026 in Game 3 in last night's nightcap. For the Rebels defensively, Connor Tallickson catching and filling up the battery. Johnny Rodriguez at first after a pinch hit home run yesterday in the nightcap of the doubleheader. Marcos Rosales gets another start at second base. He'll bat second with Cooper Sheff, his double play partner up the middle at short. Drew Berrigan at the hot corner at third. Jack Salmon in left. Jaden Sanchez in right. And Nin Burns roaming the range in right field. The three-man outfield for Stan Stolte and company. For Austin Peay, led by their fourth-year manager, Roland Fanning. Kyler Proctor, second baseman, ready to lead things off with Ray Velasquez batting second, playing at third. Ty Wisdom, the right fielder, in the 3 spot with Cole Johnson, the designated hitter, back in the cleanup spot after the grand slam yesterday. Andres Matias, the slick fielding shortstop, out of the 5 spot with Zion Taylor, the speedy left fielder, hitting 6th. Keaton Cottom catching and batting 7th. Paris Pridgeon, the center fielder, hitting 8th with Trevor Conley manning first base and batting 9th for Austin Peay. Chance Cox, big left-hander out of Oklahoma, will get the start on the mound in the bottom of inning number 1. Here we go. It's cloudy, no wind to speak of, and on a 64-degree Sunday afternoon, the first pitch at 12:06 is fouled straight back by Kyler Proctor, and we are underway. Proctor, wearing number 1, started the first 2 games of the season, including the early game yesterday. Had the nightcap off and back in the lineup this afternoon. Next one's in there. Ong steals a strike at 95, and it's quickly no balls and 2 strikes to Proctor. Righty on righty to lead things off. Proctor 1 out of 7 to start the young season. Ong lifts the hands over the head. The 0-2 pitch. Swung on and hit on the line to left field. Charging is Salmon, and on the move, he'll make the catch at the belt. A hard hit ball by Proctor, but tracked down by Salmon for out number 1. Ray Velasquez, the third baseman, hitting second. Velasquez just 1 out of 11 to start the year. It posted a .364 average in 50 games last year. 50 of the 59 games for Austin Peay out of the Atlantic Sun, the A-Sun Conference. Second baseman Rosales shifts to the third base side of the bag as the first pitch from Ong misses just downstairs. Ong, the 6'5", 210-pound sophomore out of Key West. A fastball in the mid to upper 90s. Will top out at about 98. There's a cutter in the upper 80s, a sweeper in the low 80s, and a changeup mid-80s as well. There's a fastball slapped the other way through a vacated right side of the infield and into right center field. Velasquez hits the base at first and takes a turn, but a strong throw to the bag at second from Burns and right limits him to a 1-out base hit. Velasquez hitting it right to where Rosales was standing before he shifted. Now a double play active around the infield with 1 out, and Ty Wisdom working his way around to the left-hand batter's box. Felix Ong, a true sophomore, spent his last year at University of Florida. Former Gator, made just 3 appearances out of the bullpen last season. 3 1/3 innings in total. Out of the stretch for the first time, throws a fastball up at 93 for ball 1. Wisdom, the left-handed batting right fielder's 2 for 9 to start the year. One of those hits a double. He's also taken 4 walks, second most in the club behind Paris Pridgen. Third baseman Berrigan, even with the base, but shaded away from the line, as Rodriguez holds the runner on at first. No movement from Velasquez, and Ong misses high at 92. 2 balls and no strikes to Ty Wisdom, former Kansas Jayhawk. Coaching staff tells us that Ong is going to get a long leash. They want him to figure some things out in game situations. Again, guy's pitched just 3 1/3 innings in his college career so far. Buries that fastball down and in, and the count goes 3 balls and no strikes to Wisdom, with Velasquez on first and Cole Johnson on deck. The big thing for Ong is finding a way to take advantage of his elite extension. 85th percentile extension towards home plate means that already fast fastball gets on hitters a little bit quicker. He's trying to come back here from down 3-0, and he misses high for ball 4 on a fastball. His first walk of the year comes with 1 out. That'll push Velasquez up to second base. And Wisdom reaches on his 5th base on balls of the season. 2 on, 1 down for Johnson. Big number 34 tapping in from the right. Aside from that first inning grand slam in game 2 yesterday, Johnson is hitless on the season. 0 for 11 otherwise. Ong starts him backwards, spins a slider in through the front door for a called strike 1. Johnson, a .356 batter from a year ago, posting a team-high 70 runs batted in, along with 9 home runs for the big guy. Ong to the plate on 0-1. Johnson takes a high fastball that Talixon has to pop up out of the squat for. Johnson's got the count even at 1. 6'5", 233-pound redshirt sophomore out of Austin, Texas, the Oklahoma State transfer. Ong turns and fires to second, and he airs it into right field. Past the glove of the diving Rosales, and the throw from the center fielder Sanchez is cut off. No movement from Wisdom off first base, but a throwing error from the pitcher will move Velasquez up 90 feet to third. No chance for Rosales to come all the way across the bag and forget about a tag, let alone catch the thing. Not a lot of outs on that side of the base in general, especially on a pickoff. So now with runners on the corners, the count at 1-1 as Ong takes the sign and toes the slab on the third base side. Hands together at the chest as he deals. And this one slapped foul out of play on the first base side. 1-2 against Johnson. Ong in those 3 1/3 innings last year allowed just 3 hits and has not given up a home run yet as a college pitcher, but 7 walks to 6 strikeouts, along with 4 earned runs surrendered. He sets on 1-2 and delivers. Johnson watches high. That's one thing early on that we've noticed, a consistent miss for Ong at fastball left up. A lot of times with taller pitchers, especially one that's 6'5", 210, big physical frame like Ong, the problem can become repeatability in the delivery. He sets on 2-2. And the pitch on the way to Johnson. Here it is. Time called right before it, and a pitch clock violation called by second base umpire Brooks O'Hearn. And that'll move the count full after 4 pitches. O'Hearn staring at the clock behind the plate, eagle-eyed, making the call there. So now the count full with 1 down. We'll see if the Governors get Wisdom in motion with the pitch. And they will. The 3-2, down low, ball 4. Johnson takes a walk, and the sacks are full in the first inning for Andres Matias. Anything but a clean start so far for Felix Ong. Gave up a hard hit line drive out on the first batter he faced. Follow that up with a hard hit base hit the other way and back-to-back walks, and that'll bring out Jeff Opolewski. Rebels pitching coach not excited with what he's seen from Felix Ong. His coaching staff was extremely excited, not only to get the commitment from Ong, but to get a hand on him. And they say that this pitching staff, a lot more physical, a lot bigger in frame and velocity overall, is going to lead to some more success. And For UNLV, the problem hasn't been winning in the non-conference slate. They always schedule aggressively, always have performed well traditionally in the non-conference slate, especially at home. But once you get into Mountain West Conference play, it changes things. The Rebels were 16-14 in the Mountain West last year. Tough task again this year. Defending champion UNR. Grand Canyon added to the fold this year. New Mexico always a challenge. It's a tough 18 conference now with Washington State in there. But here we go. Bases loaded, one out. As Andres Matias stands in from the right and takes ball one just a bit off the outer edge. Matias with a slightly closed off stance waves the bat around from the right side. Ong on the way with the 1-0. And that's in there at the letters. A fastball at 92 for a strike. Matias is 2 out of 8 to start the year. A couple of walks mixed in there as well, including in his last plate appearance in the 8th last night. Just a single 9-inning game today. Going to feel like a short one after the 18 innings yesterday. There's a swing and a ground ball left side. Backhanded by the shortstop, Chef. The sling to second is in time. That's going to be the only out that the Rebels get as they trade it for a run. Velasquez scampers in from third to give the Governors a 1-0 lead. Wisdom moves from second to third. Johnson retired 6-4 on a fielder's choice. Matias replaces him at first. So the run charged to Ong. Yeah, the Governors for the second straight game get on top in the first. Although this time not via the grand slam like last night. Runners on the corners with 2 down as Zion Taylor gets ready to bat for the first time. Taylor put up outstanding numbers at the University of Mobile last year in Alabama. Down there by the Bay. 4.25 average in 49 games. Starting off 3 out of 8 this year as he hits a ground ball off the chest of the second baseman Rosales. He recovers. He throws to first, and he got him. Out number 3 comes on a deflected line drive, bouncing right in front of Marcos Rosales. He's able to recover and throw him out at first on a 4-3 tapper, but the run scores, and the Governors lead it 1-0. 1 run, 1 hit, 1 error, and 2 left after half an inning of play. UNLV trails Austin Peay 1-0. It'll be Chance Cox against Jack Salmon to begin the bottom of the first next. Bottom of the first steps for the hustling Rebels. Austin Peay able to add a run in the first inning. Plating one on a double play ball up the middle. Scoring Ray Velasquez from third. Giving the visiting side a 1-0 lead after half an inning of play. Chance Cox, the big left-hander wearing 32. Makes the start on the mound for the Austin Peay Governors. They'll face off against Jack Salmon, the left-hand batting left fielder, to lead things off. Austin Peay and their black alternate tops today, trying to split this 4-game series in the first ever showdown between UNLV and Austin Peay. Corey Vanderhook in the third base coaching box with Nick Rush down the way at first. And a first pitch from the lefty to the lefty is in for a strike on a fastball. Cox, one of the returning starters this year for Austin Peay. A year ago, a 4-1 record, 5.53 the earned run average in 7 starts, 13 appearances. A running fastball swung on and missed by Jack Salmon, and it's quickly 0-2. Cox at 6'2", 205, a big-bodied southpaw out of Oklahoma City. Transferred from Houston after starting his college career at County Community College. Say that 3 times fast. Salmon checks the swing on a breaking ball, dipping outside the zone for ball 1. Keaton caught him doing the catching. Trevor Conley, a catcher by trade, but manning first base this afternoon. Kyler Proctor at second. Andres Matias, the shortstop. And Ray Velasquez, the third baseman, shaded away from the bag. Breaking ball in there, called for strike 3. Salmon rung up on a front door slider for out number 1. Beautiful snapped off slider from Cox. After striking out 29 a year ago, he starts off 2026 with a K in the first batter he faces. The outfield left to right, Zion Taylor, Paris Pridgeon, and Ty Wisdom. Same as it was in both ends of the doubleheader yesterday for the roadside. Here's Marcos Rosales, who homered in a pinch hit at bat in the nightcap yesterday. First pitch he sees today is way high and outside from Cox. Cox in his second year as a Governor. That was one way down and inside. Chunks of fastball and even rakes it 2-0. One note as well, it's interesting to see these high school stats. He was a left-handed second baseman at Mustang High School in Oklahoma City. 6A, that's high-level ball in that state. He fakes that one outside here, and the count goes 3 balls and no strikes. Career-high 6 strikeouts for Cox in a 5-inning outing last year. He's trying to repeat that. Here comes the 3-0 on the way to Rosales, and he bends him away from a fastball up and in. And after a leadoff strikeout, a 4-pitch walk to Rosales puts the tying run on first for Drew Berrigan. Berrigan both hitting and batting third, or rather playing third defensively, as well as hitting in the 3 spot. Nin Burns on deck in the cleanup role and right. Johnny Rodriguez at first. For number 5 hitter, right in front of Cooper Sheff, the shortstop. Jaden Hurdle getting another start at DH and batting 7th. Connor Tallickson catching. Jaden Sanchez rounding out the starting 9 and playing in center. After a 4-pitch walk, Cox comes back with a strike, snapping that one off at 90 over the inner half to Berrigan. Berrigan's posted a 2 out of 7 clip to start the year. Open stance from the right side as Cox comes set and throws to first. Scrambling back in there, standing and safely is Rosales. Berrigan wearing number 5. 6 foot tall, 195-pound redshirt senior. Transfer from Western Kentucky, the former Hilltopper. Here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss on the elevated fastball. Berrigan nearly jumped out of his shoes, hacking at that one. So after a strikeout and a walk to begin the first inning, Chance Cox ahead of Berrigan, 0-2. As he sets checking first and deals to the dish. Fastball pulled foul down the third base side. Right past the third base coach, Corey Vanderhook. Haven't seen the Rebels be overly aggressive on the base paths this year, but that's kind of been a theme so far over the last couple of seasons. Rebels with just 2 successful steals in 2 attempts, both of them by the leadoff man, Salmon. No one else has attempted a stolen base hit on the year. Bullpen arm for the Governors has to go scoop that one up out of foul ground. And now Cox back on the hill with a new ball. He fires on 0-2 and misses down and in. Berrigan with the count even at 1-2. He batted second in game 2 yesterday. Was 0 for 3 with a walk. He was batting 7th in the opener. Was 2 for 4 with a home run and a double. He swings here and chops another one foul down the third base side. Yeah, Berrigan hitting in his 3rd different spot in the lineup in as many games. He was not in the lineup in the opening game on Friday night. Gunnar Myro got the start at 3rd. We haven't seen Gunnar since Friday. There's a swing and a line drive shut foul down the right field line and out of play. Berrigan able to react to that 92-mile-an-hour fastball, sitting breaking ball, and more so reacting to any fastball that's fired in there. This is a battle here in the bottom of the first with Austin Peay leading 1-0. One on, one down. Here's the 1-2 from Chance Cox. Fastball called for strike 3 on the inner edge. Second front door pitch in there for a called strike. And Drew Berrigan with a couple of words on the way out for Jason Comiskey. It just looked more so like, where was that on the inner edge? How close was it to that borderline? So 2 called third strikes in the inning are the only 2 outs. And with Rosales on first after a 1-out walk, brings up Nin Burns with the Rebels trailing 1-0. First pitch, a swing and a miss. A hardy cut on a breaking ball at 82, but he came up empty for strike 1. Burns with a home run in game 1 yesterday. 16th home run in the last 2 years for the right-hand batting outfielder. Cox is 0-1. That's high at 81. Fastball, slider, change, the true 3-pitch mix for Cox. We got plenty of games going on around the Mountain West in the world of college baseball this afternoon. Keep you updated on all those scores, thanks to our friends at D1 Baseball. As Nin Burns watches a breaking ball, rather that heater in the dirt. Count goes even in 1. Well, now that we're a couple of weeks post-Super Bowl, no football scores to keep you updated on. It's one of the rare times of the year where that can be said. Here's the 2-1 from Cox. Burns takes a healthy swing, but whiffs again, and it's even a 2. Might have got a piece of that one, but barely nicks it back into the glove of Cottom. Burns trying for his 4th hit of the year in 12 at-bats, with the tying run on first and 2 down here in the home half of inning number 1. Count even at 2. The Deuces Wild deliveries in the dirt. On the way to second is Rosales. He's going to be in there safely without a throw on his first stolen base of the season. A delayed break, but a stolen base nonetheless. And Rosales in its scoring position. And not only is the job a bit easier for Burns now, the count also goes full with Johnny Rodriguez watching in the on-deck circle. Cox set on 3-2. The lefty brings home the payoff. Runner on the move to third as this one's tapped to first base. Picked up on 2 hops by Conley, and he'll win the foot race to the bag himself for out number 3. Nothing going for the Rebels in their first hacks of the afternoon. No runs on no hits and 1 walk, no errors and a man left. And through 1 inning full, it's Austin Peay 1, UNLV nothing. Hustlin' Rebel Baseball here on the UNLV Sports Network from Learfield is brought to you by Heaven Hill Brands, proud sponsor of UNLV Athletics, and by Findlay Toyota. After the game or anytime, visit or click Findlay Auto. Findlay Toyota is the largest Toyota dealer in Nevada. Be sure to ask for John Barr. He'll do anything to sell you a car. We're in the top of the second inning. Matt Never with you from Earl E. Wilson Stadium. Felix Ong ready to go, and his first pitch to Keaton Cottom. Misses high and away. 20th pitch of the outing for the Florida-born right-hander. This is from ball 1 to the number 7 batter. Cottom, the catcher, hitting from the right side with Paris Pridgeon on deck. Trevor Conley in the hole to start the second for the Governors. Austin Peay on top 1-0 as Cottom takes a strike on a fastball. A little bit of everything in that first inning for Felix Ong. A couple of walks, a base hit, even a throwing error mixed in on an errant pickoff to second base. Out of the full line, this 1-1 is outside on the slide. Meanwhile, Keaton Cottom looking for his second hit of the year. 0 for 4 in the nightcap yesterday, and his only hit in the first at-bat in the early game yesterday. So he's gotten his last 8 at-bats without a hit. Takes that knee-high fastball just below the zone for ball 3. He's got himself in an advantageous 3-ball, 1-strike hitter's count here to lead off the second. Nothing going for UNLV in the first, although they did make Chance Cox work a bit. Faced 4 batters, but needed 21 pitches to retire the side in his first inning of work. Felix Ong's 3-1 pitch, fouled straight back, and the count goes full. Ong, a bullpen arm, a rarely used one at that last year for the Florida Gators. Did appear in the NCAA tournament. Had a inning of work against the Fairfield Stags at the end of May. A 3-2 payoff in the dirt, ball 4 on a 92-mile-an-hour fastball. Cottom, who's driven in a pair of runs this year, takes the 3rd walk of the game for Felix Ong. He's recorded as many outs as he's issued walks. Leadoff man reaches for the first time in the game for either side here in the early stages. And now Austin Peay with a world of opportunity with the speedy Paris Pridgeon due in next and a runner on first. And Austin Peay has shown no issues with dropping down bunts all weekend long. Pridgeon does square to bunt, does get it down. It's hard to the first base side. Rodriguez makes the throw to second for 1. Cooper Sheff stops on the base for out number 1. And with no return throw, Pridgeon replaces Keaton Cottom at first. And are they going to call him out? They call the runner at first down for a second. And Cooper Sheff certainly was on the base. And they are going to call the runner at first down. They're going to say that Paris Pridgeon interfered with Marcos Rosales covering the base. So it is a double play. Cottom retired 3-6 on a fielder's choice. And Pridgeon out on interference. The putout goes to the nearest defender. So that'll be Rosales getting an unassisted putout, I believe, on Pridgeon. We'll clarify that during the inning break. As it stands right now, 2 outs and the base is empty for the number 9 hitter, Trevor Conley, who takes ball 1 low. That is a very different situation than it could have easily been. As Rebels with a serendipitous interference call. Ong will take it. He's the benefactor as he deals on 1-0. Conley, the first baseman, takes a strike at the letters on a changeup. Conley's looking for his first hit of the campaign. No hits in 7 at-bats, including a pair of strikeouts to this point. Ong stares over the glove, lifts it over his head, and deals the 1-1. Conley spanks a line drive, but he's late, and he fouls it down the line and left. One ball, 2 strikes, the count. With the Rebels trying to go 1-2-3 for the first time today. 5, 6, and 7 spots due up in the bottom of the inning. They trail 1-0. Here's the 1-2. And it's hammered in the air, deep to right center field. Burns to the gap, and the right fielder able to track it down on the move for out number 3. After a walk, an interference call, and a hard-hit line drive, Felix Ong able to wiggle his way out of the second in a 1-2-3 fashion. And after 1.5 innings here at Earl E. Wilson Stadium, it's the Governors 1, the Hustlin' Rebels 0. Bottom of the second inning, Johnny Rodriguez to lead things off with the Rebels trailing Austin Peay 1-0. And Rodriguez, first pitch swinging, comes up empty on a Chance Cox fastball to begin the frame. You're getting scoring clarification as we still try to work through that really unique interference call in the top of the inning. And as it stands right now, after a glance at the rule book, there is a ruling. It will change it here in a second. Rodriguez, who was the benefactor of the play, getting an infield assist on the 3-6 put out up the middle, takes a strike. He's behind 0-2, and with 2 strikes, the shortstop Matias flips over to the right side of the infield in a 3-man shift. Cox on the way with the 0-2. And it swung on and missed for strike 3. Third strikeout out of 4 outs recorded for Cox. First one of the swinging variety. Brings up Cooper Sheff with 1 out, and the base is empty. So just to reset, Keaton Cottom had taken a walk to begin the top of the inning against Felix Ong. With Paris Pridgeon batting, he had a ground ball to the right side. Johnny Rodriguez came off the bag, made the play on a bunt on a sacrifice attempt, and threw it to second, retiring Cottom. And on the play, Cottom had got tangled up with Cooper Sheff. Second base umpire Brooks O'Hearn ruled interference. With Cottom already out at second, Pridgeon was the one that is the extra out as Sheff takes inside. And the putout, rather the assist, goes to the infielder that was interfered with. There's a fastball for strike 1 as the count evens up to Cooper Sheff. So for Paris Pridgeon, if you're keeping score at home, one of the more unique 6-3 ground outs on paper you're ever going to see. Here's the 1-1 from Cox to Sheff, and he pops it up on the left side of the infield. Third baseman Velasquez makes the call, called off by the shortstop Matias, and he'll make the catch a couple of steps behind the cut of the infield grass. Sheff pops up to short. There's one shortstop. It's a fly ball to another. And that's 4 straight putouts by Chance Cox. Final 2 batters of the first and the first 2 of the second. Rebels trail 1-0 as they'll send their designated hitter, Jaden Hurdle, to the dish. Hurdle, the Fresno native, 1 for 4 as the designated hitter last night. Watching all the way, he takes a letter-high strike for strike 1. Plenty of games going on around the rest of the country, especially the Mountain West. A score of night games around the conference this evening. As Hurdle takes down 1 ball, 1 strike to the right-hand batting designated hitter, batting 7th today. 8 o'clock Pacific, 9 o'clock Mountain Time. First pitch between Air Force and UConn. Salt River Field's a talking stick in Scottsdale. Meanwhile, here's a swing and a line drive, roped foul into the third base bullpen. Grand Canyon hosts Nebraska at Sloan Park and Mesa. 7:30 first pitch there at the spring training home of the Chicago Cubs. 5 o'clock start between Fresno State and Utah in Fresno. Fresno native Jaden Hurdle fouls one straight back, and the count's 1-2. And 4 o'clock starts in SoCal. Long Beach State hosts San Jose State. And at Tony Gwynn Stadium, the Aztecs of San Diego State host the Long Island Sharks at 4. This one here in Vegas, one of 3 games going on around the conference as of now. 1-0. The Rebels trail. 1-2 from Cox. Swung on and missed. 3 up, 3 down, 4 strikeouts. They're 2 innings of work for Chance Cox. And the Rebels set down in order in the home half of inning number 2. Zeros across in the second for the home side. And as we go to the third, it's Austin Peay 1, UNLV nothing. Matt and Everett here at Earl E. Wilson Stadium as we're in the top of the third inning. Game 4-4 between UNLV and Austin Peay here on opening weekend 2026. College baseball here in mid-February. Nothing like it in Southern Nevada. Kyler Proctor, the leadoff hitter for the visiting Austin Peay Governors, up against Felix Ong to start the third. With a 1-0 lead, their number one hitter fouls the first pitch straight back amongst the spectators. And it starts out 0-1. Proctor with a hard-hit fly ball to the left fielder Salmon for the first out of the game in the first. Drew Berrigan, the third baseman, just behind the base path, maybe a couple of feet as he charges in. Fastball at the letters, in for a strike from Ong, and it's 1-2. Or 0-2, beg your pardon. Proctor 1 for 8 to start the young season. He was first team All-ASUN last year and one of the best defensive infielders in college baseball. He reaches up for this pitch out of the zone and fouls it away down the first base side. Able to stay alive there is Proctor. Led the ASUN last year with 141 assists defensively. Tallying 42 runs batted in, all out of the leadoff spot. He checks his swing on a pitch in the dirt. Yes, he did, says Jason Comiskey behind home plate. First strikeout as a Rebel for Felix Ong. And it's out number one in the third inning. That's big for Ong, who, again, is going to get a longer leash. This coaching staff wants to see him work through some game situations in his really first year as a premier starter. So you hope he can get it rolling now that we're into the middle innings. One out, base is empty for Ray Velasquez, who takes high on a first pitch fastball from Ong. All Rebel strikeouts brought to you by Belford Property Restoration. One of our awesome sponsors here with UNLV and the Rebel Sports Network from Learfield. Velasquez, a base hit and the only run scored of the game back in the first inning. Takes that one just high, and he's ahead 2-0. They shifted against him last time with Rosales over onto the third base side of the bag, but Velasquez hit it right where he was. I guess right where he was prior. And now with this scouting report in mind, Rosales back in a normal position. Next pitch in the dirt from Ong, and it's 3 balls and no strikes to Ray Velasquez, who batted leadoff last night in the second game. Kyler Proctor had the night off. Velasquez back in his customary number 2 spot where he's hit all 3 other games. Ong with a deliberate wind and the 3-0 pitch right down Broadway. Call for strike 1 at 91. Just mentioning the other games going on around the Mountain West Conference. 2 other games in progress. New Mexico all over the Fordham Rams in Albuquerque. 22-4 in the bottom of the 6th there. Swinging a line drive, left side and through over the shoulder of the third baseman Berrigan. And Velasquez with the game's only 2 hits. A pair of seeing eye singles, the only base hits for either side combined in this one. Austin Peay with an insurance run on first. And 1 out here in the third sends up Ty Wisdom, the left-handed batting right fielder. Only other game going on around the Mountain West Conference. UNR trails Ole Miss 5-1 in the bottom of the third in Oxford. The Wolfpack in danger of being swept by the Rebels. 2022 college baseball champions. Ong out of the stretch once more. His first pitch on the way to Wisdom, and it's hit on the ground. Slowly chopped to the right side. To his left goes Rosales, and the only out for the second baseman is going to be to first. Velasquez scampers from first to second on a 4-3 ground out by Wisdom. And the advancing Tapper brings up Cole Johnson with 2 outs. Early part of the season in college baseball brings some really unique matchups and some interesting, we'll say interesting, scores. Is that a way to put it? Case in point, this New Mexico and Fordham series. Scoring runs not going to be a problem for the Lobos this year. Meanwhile, first pitch swinging. Johnson lines one into the corner on right. That's down for extra bases. Rounding third and coming in to score is Velasquez. Meanwhile, Burns struggles to pick it up in right field. He bobbles. Johnson on his way to third. The throw on a bounce is not in time. And Johnson in there with a double, moving up to third on what's going to be ruled a triple. That was a tough play moving away from Burns. And it's RBI number 5 on the year for Johnson on his second hit. RBI triple for Johnson, and his only 2 hits on the year have been a home run and a triple this weekend. Extra base hits galore, and the Governors extend their lead to 2-0. Threatening again with Johnson 90 feet away at third. Andres Matias in for a second time. Working him backwards, Ong spins a slider over the inside for a strike. Matias hit a ground ball up the middle back in the first inning. It was a big chopper with Cooper Sheff stopping on the base at second to retire Johnson. Here's a swing and a grounder to Sheff again. Shortstop to his right. From deep in the hole, throw to first in time down the line with a good stretch by Rodriguez to end the threat here in the third. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors, and a man left. A Johnson triple has made the score Austin Peay. UNLV nothing after 2.5. Eight, 9, and 1 to lead things off for UNLV. Austin Peay adds on another run in the top of the inning. And in the bottom of the third, it's 2-0. If the Governors on top of the Hustlin' Rebels. Connor Tallickson with his first at bat of the game. The number 8 hitter catching and in from the right side. First pitch hits him right on the backside. And Tallickson earns his way onto first for the first time this year. He'd been 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts in the opening game Friday. Hit by a pitch here to work his way on. And it brings up Jaden Sanchez as the game's tying run here in the bottom of the third inning. Sanchez, a guy who does swing a good bat. He's got plenty of pop, although not the biggest guy in stature. Your typical speedster at the bottom of the lineup. Sanchez at 5'10", $180. Bunts one straight back, and it's into the screen for strike one. The Riverside native in the hole, 0-1 after going 1 for 5 in the early part of the year. He had a big year last year at Chaffey College, a .391 average, a pair of home runs, and finished 1 RBI shy of 30. Here's Chance Cox on the mound. The lefty's 0-1 is inside. So after hitting Tallickson on the first pitch he threw in the inning, and starting out Sanchez 1-1, 34 pitches, 22 strikes for Cox, who's filling up that zone with regularity. Double play depth around the infield as Cox brings home the 1-1. Sanchez takes it outside for ball 2. Was mentioning the scores in this weekend's 4-game series between New Mexico and Fordham. And again, in Albuquerque right now, the Lobos all over the Rams. 20-4 in the bottom of the 6th, but that's not it for the weekend. Next pitch inside, and Sanchez goes ahead 3 balls to his strike. In a doubleheader yesterday, the Lobos swept Fordham by a combined score of 34-14. They won 18-8 in the early game, 16-6 in the nightcap. Here's the 3-1 to Sanchez, and as Cox loses his hat on the delivery, he throws a strike at 89 over the outer edge. 3-2 count. For what it's worth, the Friday game was a lot closer, and New Mexico actually had to hold on late to a 10-9 victory against Fordham. Very short lead for Tallickson. Cox's 3-2 pitch, low ball forward, gets by the catcher all the way to the backstop as Tallickson rounds second. but with Cottom able to chase that one down. No further advancement on ball 4 to Jaden Sanchez. So a hit by pitch, then a walk on a full count. And the Rebels have 2 on with the score 2-0. Nobody out in the third as the lineup flips back to the top. Table setting at its finest for Jack Salmon. This is exactly who you want to set the table for with runners on base. Salmon with more hits than any Rebel to this point to start the year. 5 out of his first 12 with a triple and a pair of runs batted in. Corner infielders draw in. Conley at first, Velasquez at third. Salmon first pitch swinging, hits a chopper to first. Conley's got it, steps on the base at first for 1, and that's going to be all that they get. So a pseudo-sacrifice bunt of sorts for Salmon. Moves Talix into third, and Sanchez the tying run into scoring position at second. Because it wasn't necessarily a frozen rope right to the first baseman, I don't know if Conley ever had a chance for a twin killing. With a 2-0 lead and runners on second and third and 1 out, Marcos Rosales steps out of the box as Kierce Kimball, the pitching coach for Austin Peay, comes out and wants to have a word with their starter, Chance Cox. After this series wraps up, the Governors return home to Clarksville, Tennessee, hosting Eastern Michigan Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. How about a Tuesday non-conference midweek set on the 24th of February in Starkville, Mississippi? I think it's the Mississippi State Bulldogs before going to Cincinnati. They don't begin ASUN play until March 13th when Bellarmine hosts in Louisville. ASUN Championships in DeLand, Florida, home of the Stetson Hatters. So first mound visit used by Austin Peay. It sets this table for this at bat here for Marcos Rosales. Wasn't in the starting lineup in game 2 yesterday. Came in as a pinch hitter in the 7th inning and clubbed a 2-out solo home run to make it a 5-3 game. Unfortunately, that'd be the final run the Rebels would score in a loss. So here we go. Talixon on third, Sanchez on second. Cox's first pitch, that's high as he loses his cap again in the process. Not only is there no action in the bullpen behind the starter Cox, there is nary a body in the bullpen for the visiting Austin Peay Governors. This is his frame in a 2-0 game. Here's the 1-0. Swing and a cap shot ground ball poked foul the opposite way down the first base line. Marcos Rosales with 2 hits in 9 at-bats, including a homer and a double this year. Both of his hits have been for extra bases. Even a single here would likely score both runs. Cox out of the full wide, rocks and deals. Here's a swing and a high drive, shallow to left field. Going back is the shortstop, Matias, still on the way back. He can't get it. It drops behind him. Both runners tag. Both runners advance. Scoring from third is Connor Talixon. In at second on what's ruled an RBI double is Marcos Rosales. The throw was to the base at second. He beat it out with Matias unable to track it down. So give Rosales his 4th RBI of the year and put the Rebels on the scoreboard. Austin Peay still leads it 2-1, but the tying run 90 feet away at third. All of a sudden, the go-ahead run in scoring position in the form of Rosales. Chance for Drew Berrigan to tie it at the worst. One swing could put UNLV on top for the first time this afternoon. No wind to speak of on a cloudy Sunday as Cox delivers the first pitch. A swing and a miss by Berrigan on a first pitch off speed. That one in on the hands certainly fooled him. Berrigan struck out back in the first inning. That was with a runner on second and 1 out. Swings here and pops one straight back. That'll clear the net and move the count to 0-1. 1-2 the count to Drew Berrigan. Third baseman getting the start over Gunnar Myro these last 3 games. He swings here, and it's a chopper down the third base line. That's foul onto the warning track and off the fence. It's a crowded dugout right now for Austin Peay with all the bullpen arms hanging out down the third base side. You would imagine maybe 4th inning or so, you start to see some guys head down there. As this one swung on, grounded under the glove of the third baseman, Velasquez, and into left. Scoring from third is Sanchez to tie it. Rosales in to score as well. A 2 RBI base hit for Drew Berrigan, and the Rebels lead it 3-2 in the third. You don't always have to hammer it, just finding a gap in situational spots. Situational hitting at a premium there for Berrigan, whose first 2 RBIs of the year come on one swing. Rebels have put 4 different runners on base here in the third inning. 3 of them have scored. And now with the man on and 1 down, it brings up Nin Burns with an insurance run on first. Middle infield squeezed up the middle. Double play depth all the way around as Burns has to rock away from this fastball in on the hips. That was the 48th pitch from Chance Cox. And again, no movement behind him. This is his inning. Rebels with 3 runs on 2 hits, all of them coming in this inning. Back-to-back base hits have them on top. Burns watches up, and he's ahead 2-0. Cox set, checking the runner at first base. Berrigan with an average lead. Cox picks the foot, fires to the plate, and the 2-0 pop back and foul out of play by Burns. Reached out and got that fastball, but couldn't do anything with it, and it's 2 balls to a strike. UNLV, the 5th school in 6 seasons for Burns. Played at Mount San Antonio Junior College in California for 2 years. And Cal Poly Pomona, Texas Southern, and Northwest Nazarene last year. He takes a changeup inside for ball 3. And with Johnny Rodriguez on deck, Nin Burns with a primetime RBI opportunity in 3-1. Had a big year at the D3 or D2 level last year. Second D1 stop for Burns. He swings and grounds one up the middle. Picked up on a big hop by the shortstop, Matias. He steps on the base at second himself, and the laser beam throw to first is barely in time, beating Burns by a step. But the Rebels on the board doing damage for the first time today. They score 3 runs on 2 hits. There were no errors and nobody left on. After 3 complete, Felix Ong heads back to the mound with UNLV on top, 3-2. Hustlin' Rebel Baseball here at Earl E. Wilson Stadium is proudly presented by your Southern Nevada Chevy dealers with impressive towing, incredible bed and tailgate functionality, and powerful engines as well. Chevy Silverado, Colorado, and Tahoe have what you need to get things done. When you want to do it all, Chevy's got you. See your Southern Nevada Chevy dealer. Felix Ong starts off the 4th inning with a fastball high to the left-hand batting left fielder Zion Taylor for Austin Peay. Ong out there with some run support and a lead for the first time. UNLV planting 3 runs in the bottom of the 3rd en route to a 3-2 advantage. Taylor stings one the other way on a line, down in left field around the outfielder Jack Salmon, who races back to the wall, stumbles a bit. Taylor on his way to second, and he'll be in there standing up on a lead-up, stand-up, 2-bagger. Taylor with his first extra base hit of the year, jumping all over that 1-0 delivery. Took the fastball, located on the outer half, hit it where it was pitched. Didn't try to do too much with it. Picture-perfect situational hitting. So he becomes the second leadoff hitter to reach in 4 innings for Austin Peay. This is an old-school team in a lot of ways. And brings up Keaton Cotta with a runner on second. This is a team that likes to bunt. They like to run on the base paths. They'll make you think. They make you play. They make you a very good situational defense as well. Meanwhile, Cottam hits one of this to the gap in right center field. Burns ranges over, and he'll make the catch, showing off a strong arm on a one-hop throw to third that keeps Zion Taylor at bay at second. And because that one was hit so hard, Taylor was still retreating back to the base when it was caught. Burns with all of his momentum coming in towards the infield. Caught, crow hopped, and let it loose all in one motion. A lot of times that's more of a statement to the other team. Don't run on me. Taylor on second with one down for Paris Pridgeon as the corner infielders draw in, expecting the possibility of a bunt. Berrigan in on the cut of the infield grass. Pridgeon does square to bunt. Pulls it back on a letter high heater for strike one. Velocity dipping a bit for Felix Ong here in the middle innings. Started this frame at 43 pitches thrown. He's down to 91 on that last fastball. Been as high as 95 today, the 6'5" right-hander with a heater that gets on you, no doubt. He sets checking second, turns to the plate and fires, and that fastball down Broadway for strike two. No inclination of a bunt there by Pridgeon. Kept the bat on the shoulder. And now in the hole 0-2, you would definitely not expect a bunt. Rosales keeping an eye on the runner Taylor at second as Ong sets, and here's the 0-2. Outside on the slider. Ong kind of nodding in agreement with the catcher Talix, and that's exactly where they wanted to put it on 0-2. See if Pridgeon, who was called out on interference in the second inning, would stretch the zone. Taylor extends the lead deep in the hole off second base as Ong sets. Here comes the 1-2 from the righty. Swung on, fouled, straight back by Pridgeon. Tomahawk chop at that pitch above the eyes. Pridgeon, one of 7 returning players in the starting lineup today for Austin Peay. And I mentioned that they're a throwback in a lot of ways, one of which being that they return a lot of players. 19 returning players. The Rebels have 27 newcomers. Another 1-2 from Ong, and it's swung on and laced to the gap in right center field. That's down for extra bases as Burns goes to track it down in front of the warning track. Pridgeon doubles home Taylor, and we're tied at 3 here in the 4th inning. So after an at-bat that started with him showing bunt, it ends on his first run batted in on the year on a smoked double the opposite way. He popped it into the gap, and almost surprised that thing didn't keep rolling to the fence. The grass, which is really luscious for this time of year, kind of caught it, and it didn't roll as far as it normally would have. Otherwise, he might have thought about 3. But instead, he's content to be the go-ahead run on second for Trevor Conley, who takes a fastball over the outside for a strike. Beg your pardon, that was a changeup. 86 on the gun from Ong. Conley lined out sharply to Burns and right to retire the side in what was a 1-2-3 second. Already the 4th batter of the 4th inning. Pridgeon extends the lead off second as Ong deals to the plate. Conley bunts one back to the mound. The turn, the throw to third, and it bounces out of the glove of Berrigan. A head-first slide. Pridgeon safe. Conley safe at first on a fielder's choice. Well, you don't want to ever bunt it back to the pitcher. Sometimes in a situation like that, you might be better off making the pitcher make a decision. It wasn't necessarily anything that Ong did wrong. The throw a little bit low. But still, just a good jump by Pridgeon. Good enough on the bunt by Conley. You don't have to be perfect. And he becomes the 3rd base runner out of 4 hitters to reach here in inning number 4. Runners on the corners with one down for the leadoff man, Proctor. There goes the runner from first. Proctor swings and misses. The throw to second takes a bounce. It's knocked down by Rosales. Coming in to score from third is Pridgeon. Double steal, and it's 4-3 with Conley in at second and Pridgeon breaking as soon as the throw from Talixon was released. Talk about a throwback right there. Scratching across 2 runs on 2 doubles and 2 steals in the inning. After a swing and a miss, another one from Proctor moves the count to 0-2. And Proctor, not a big guy at 5'10" on paper, but the Oklahoman obliged at that one up top. 4 runs, 5 hits, no errors for Austin Peay. 3 runs, 2 hits, and 1 error so far for the Hustlin' Rebels. 0-2 pitch in there, called, strike 3. 91 on the fastball for Ong. His second strikeout of the day. He's gotten Proctor twice, and there's 2 outs here in the 4th inning. And now a challenge for Ong, who's going to try to retire Ray Velasquez for the very first time today. Velasquez with 2 base hits and 2 runs scored in each of his previous at-bats. Ong out of the stretch, kicks and fires. To second, that is, and Rosales there a bit late. You want to talk about throwback, Conley with the pants pulled up high and the stirrup socks as well. It doesn't get any more throwback than that. Velasquez wearing number 7, back in from the right. A native of Lowell, Massachusetts, city on the river. Takes a strike, and it's 0-1. I don't know if you could have any 2 different locales in a matchup here. You've got Felix Ong from the tropical paradise of Key West, Florida, and then you've got Ray Velasquez from Lowell, Mass, right outside of Boston. 0-1 fastball in the dirt to even up the count. Remember going to ECHL hockey games in Lowell, Massachusetts back in the day. The Lowell River Monsters. Team that's no longer around, go figure. A ball and a strike to Velasquez, who has 2 hits today after going 1 of 11 in 3 games. A high strike in there at 91 from Og. He's ahead 1-2. It's been a pretty elevated zone overall by Jason Comiskey behind home plate, but like we said in both ends of the doubleheader yesterday, it's all about consistency from the umpires. Ong trying to limit the damage. Here comes his 1-2 on the way. And it's rocketed in the air deep the other direction. Burns to the track. The right fielder on the move makes the catch, sprinting towards the corner to retire Velasquez. But the Governors back on the board, scoring 2 runs on 2 hits, both doubles with 1 runner left on. And after 3.5 innings, we've gone back and forth. Austin Peay 4, UNLV 3. UNLV due up in the bottom of the 4th inning with Austin Peay on top 4-3. I take this time to remind you that UNLV baseball is brought to you by Pueblo Medical Imaging. Their friendly staff is eager to take care of all your radiology needs and offers same-day and next-day availability. With top-of-the-line, state-of-the-art equipment, Pueblo Medical Imaging is open 7 days a week with early morning and evening appointments to accommodate all patient schedules. Johnny Rodriguez to lead off in the 4th inning. Chance Cox, the Austin Peay starter, ready with his 53rd pitch of his first outing of the year. And Rodriguez checks the swing on a breaking ball that goes off the glove of the catcher and trickles all the way to the backstop. And it's 1 ball, no strikes to Rodriguez. 5, 6, and 7 to lead off for Stan Stolte and company here in the fourth. Rodriguez followed by Chef, then Hurdle in the DH spot. Cox surrendering 3 runs on just 2 hits so far. Gives up a big bouncing foul ball. Chopped down the first base side past the home dugout. Rodriguez with the count even at 1. And Johnny yet to really break out, have a big game so far. But there's plenty of potential. I mean, you look at the body. He's listed at 6'2", 220. The Fullerton, California native with a leather to die for as well. Comes up empty on a slider. Big swing and a big whiff for strike 2. What's interesting is that prior to that pitch, the shortstop Matias flipped over to the first base side of the bag, and now Velasquez, the third baseman, more towards second than he is to third, shaded deep in the hole as well. A true shift on for Rodriguez. 1-2 from Cox. Waved on and missed for strike 3. A definite game plan here in this opening series for Austin Peay when going after Johnny Rodriguez, who's now struck out twice. Sliders away and often. He is now fanned on strike 3 on a slider in both at bats. 5 strikeouts in total for Cox, 1 shy of his career high. And with 1 out of the bases empty, it brings up Cooper Chef. Chef, the only returning starter as far as the position players go for Stan Stolte's club this year. And the Las Vegas native takes his strike on a backdoor cutter. Chef popped out to the shortstop Matias back in the second inning. It turned out to be the middle out of a 1-2-3 frame. Lefty Cox steals, and this one's chopped to the left side. Backhanded by Matias, who sets and throws from deep in the hole, and it's in time. Chef taps out to short. Both putouts by the shortstop Matias. Now, the 1 putout, 1 assist in that situation. And for the second time and as many times through the lineup, Cox has started an inning by striking out Rodriguez and get Chef to hit into an out on the left side. 4-3 Austin Peay. If he's going to continue, Cox that is, that same trend, Jaden Hurdle struck out to end the second. 1-2-3 fashion in that frame. Checks the swing on a looping 12-6 curve that tumbles over the zone for a strike at 80 miles per hour. Meanwhile, for Felix Ong, 60 pitches through 4 innings of work. Been charged for 4 runs on 5 hits. Hurdle takes down. 1 ball, 1 strike to the DH. So far, the pitch counts by inning for Felix Ong. 19, 11, 13, and 17. You'd like more of those middle 2 than the outside. Cox misses way off the outside of the plate. He almost missed outside the left-handed batter's box. Worst miss of the day for him, and counts 2 balls and a strike. Hurdle playing in his 12th game as a hustling Rebel over 2 seasons, making his 13th. Forgot about yesterday. He swings and gets a piece, fouls it back off the mid of the catcher, caught him. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Hurdle. If he reaches to extend the 4th, Connor Tallickson due up next, warming up in the on-deck circle with the catcher leg guards on. Center fielder Pridgeon takes a couple of steps towards right. And the 2-2 to Hurdle is off the outside. Running fastball moving away at 89, moves the count full at 3-2. The Governors with runs in the first and third innings, 2 runs on 2 doubles in the 4th. Rebels with all 3 runs in the 3rd inning. Hurdle gets a piece, fouls it straight back and stays alive. 3-2 the count to Jaden, who is noticeably stronger and thicker looking this year coming in. Second year with the Rebels. Here we go, another 3-2 payoff pitch from Cox. Fouled straight down off the hand of the catcher. Ouch. Got to be a little bit different, a little bit off to be a catcher. Same with a goaltender in hockey, soccer as well. And you got to be tough, no doubt about it. You cannot play the position without toughness. Got him back down in the squat. Cox back out of the full wide, and the 3-2 pitch is blasted deep in the air to left center. Taylor back, left fielder turns around and makes the catch, falling over just a couple of feet shy of the warning track. Hurdle put a charge into that one, but it hung up there with no wind to push it out, and it's a 1-2-3, bottom of the 4th inning, spun up by Cox and Austin Peay. 0s across for UNLV, and on to the 5th we go. It's the Governors 4, the Rebels 3. Austin Peay leads UNLV 4-3 as we go to the top half of the fifth inning. The Governors getting set to send the meat of their lineup up against Felix Ong, who's making his fifth inning of work in his Rebel debut. First outing for the former Florida Gator has gone okay, we'll say average. 4 runs allowed so far. And the first pitch to the left-hand batting Ty Wisdom tumbles over at 87 for a called strike. Wisdom with a walk and a ground out to second in 2 plate appearances so far today. Final game of a 4-game set sees the visitors on top 4-3. There's a big swing and a whiff from Wisdom makes it 0-2. Felix Ong, 62 pitches, 40 strikes so far. The efficiency ramping up as he goes along, but with more balls in the strike zone. There have been some harder hit balls over the last couple of innings. And case in point right there is Wisdom rips it out of play down the right field line. Look out in the bullpen. A couple of groundskeepers and ops employees diving out of the way of that screamer coming right at him. Protective fencing held it in. Ong's got a new ball. He's got the new sign, and here comes the 0-2 from the righty. Inside, barely off the elbow of Wisdom. Somehow that didn't hit him. Wisdom, the former Kansas Jayhawk, off to a hot start in his first year in Clarksville, Tennessee with Austin Peay. 1-2 the count. Here's the next one on the way from Ong. In the dirt, picked out on a short hop by Talixon. After Wisdom is Cole Johnson, who tripled home a run in the third. And Andres Matias, the steady, dependable second-year starter at short. 2 balls and 2 strikes as Ong bounces another one as it skips off the left arm of the catcher Talixon. And from 0-2 to 3-2, Wisdom has come all the way back, and Ong trying to avoid a leadoff walk on a full count. Time called as Talixon lost a part of the gear. Looks like a part of the wristband they used to call in the pitches went skipping off. I thought I saw something go flying on that last one by Ong that bounced and hit him in the arm. And, yeah, right off that left wrist forearm area. Went flying behind home plate, behind the turf skirt. He's got it reattached, and we're good to go. Here's the 3-2 payoff pitch. Swung on and muscled straight back on a foul ball over our heads. Lands on the roof of the press box amongst the cabinetry. Full count to the leadoff man of the fifth inning. Ong trying to establish himself in the middle frames. Let's try that one again. Another 3-2. And on the ground, right side, picked up on 2 hops in shallow right field by Marcos Rosales. And the second baseman sidearm sling to first is in time. Wisdom taps out to second for the second time in as many at-bats. And the leadoff man set down. We'll bring up Cole Johnson with the bases empty. Of course, college baseball getting underway. The Winter Olympics going on in Italy. We're just under a couple of weeks away from the start of the World Baseball Classic. Very excited for that one this year. As Johnson takes outside, Ong missing on a fading change. We got some exhibitions between the national teams that'll represent their countries in the WBC and some major league teams getting some spring training reps. Tuesday, March 3rd, the first day of exhibitions. This one lined back, and the count's now even. Johnson with a triple and a walk so far. The very first round of exhibition games for countries versus major league clubs. Colombia takes on the Pirates. Lecom Park in Bradenton, March 3rd at 1 o'clock Eastern. That fastball in there at the top of the zone for strike 2. Meanwhile, at that same time, the Netherlands take on the Orioles at Ed Smith Stadium, about a 20-minute drive south in Sarasota. Steinbrenner Field in Tampa hosts the Yankees and Panama. Ong out of the full wide, deals the 1-2 that's fisted straight back to the screen. Johnson stays alive. Got just a couple of days of those exhibition games. Pool play starts on March 4th. Some teams that got to play their way into the big tournament itself. Just outside there on the slider from Ong, and it's 2-2. First game of the WBC, Wednesday, March 4th at 10 p.m. Eastern. Australia, the home team against Chinese Taipei. Ready to go in the 2026 edition of the WBC. 2 balls and 2 strikes the count as Ong delivers and misses outside, and the count goes full. Second 3-ball, 2-strike count and as many hitters here to start the fifth inning in a 1-run game. Time called as Ong works around the back of the mound, now climbs back on the hill Takes the side and deals. Here's the 3-2 from Felix Ong. Just in the dirt, ball 4. Johnson reaches for the 3rd time today. His 2nd time via a base on balls. That's an important insurance run for Austin Peay on first with 1 down. Does also bring up Andres Matias, who has hit 2 ground balls to Cooper Sheff at short in his 2 at-bats today. Reached via a fielder's choice in the 1st with Johnson wiped out at the 2nd base. Matias ended the 3rd with a grounder to Sheff. Ground ball here would be picture perfect, tailor-made. Andres Matias watches Felix Ong come set. And out of the stretch, the first pitch from the big righty is outside. Taking a look at the USA schedule for the World Baseball Classic. Their first game against Brazil. We'll play game 2 on Friday, March 6th. A couple of weeks out from the WBC. But definitely time to start looking. Here's the 1-0 on the way. And it's slapped foul beyond the first base dugout. We're also keeping you posted on that offensive fire fest in Albuquerque. How about a 24-5 final score? New Mexico over Fordham. Fastball in the dirt, blocked by Talixon, who had to slide to the right. Great job there. So in the 4-game sweep, see if I can do this math real quick. 44 plus 24 is 68. 68 runs in 4 games for the Lobos. 4 wins, all that really matters at the end of the day. 2 balls and a strike as Ong works out of the stretch. And that one just outside is ball 3, man. Didn't miss by much, but miss it did. And it's 3 balls and a strike. Now Ong, with action in the bullpen behind him, has gone full to all 3 batters, or rather has gone at least 3 balls to all 3 batters he's faced in the 5th. He starts to labor here. That's high, ball 4. And Ong has issued back-to-back 1-out walks in a 1-run game. And a lot of times, like that situation for a guy like Ong, when you miss in that same spot routinely, it can lead a coaching staff to believe that there's some fatigue starting to settle in. And with that in mind, Coach will call time. Jeff Opalewski, the pitching coach, out to have a word before the Zion Taylor at bat. 4 runs on 5 hits with no errors yet for Austin Peay. UNLV scoring all 3 runs on their only 2 hits in the 3rd. And they've made 1 error defensively. That was all the way back in the 1st inning on an errant pickoff from Ong, the only defensive miscue so far. One thing's for sure, both of these teams are going to have great defense throughout the regular season. I haven't seen a ton of opportunities, we'll say, to show it off in the outfield, but between Andres Matias, Kyler Proctor, TJ Costello, middle infield especially a strength for Austin Peay. And UNLV's got an opportunity to have a really solid defensive infield as well. Cooper Sheff moving back to his more customary shortstop role that he's used to this year. Marcos Rosales had a couple of outstanding plays at second yesterday, and Johnny Rodriguez may be the best defensive first baseman on the West Coast. So Jeff Hope, Coach Opalewski back in the dugout, and Ong back on the hill for Zion Taylor, the left-hander. 2 on, 1 down here in the 5th inning. Taylor takes low, and a first pitch fastball makes it 1-0. Taylor doubled to left to lead off the 4th inning. Later played it on a Paris Pridgeon double. Otherwise, he's grounded out to Rosales on a chopper at second. Ong sets, checking the runners. And the 1-0 pitch high. And Taylor ahead 2-0. I mentioned his numbers last year at Division II University of Mobile, but worth repeating. Anytime you post a .425 average in 50 games, you're doing something right. The 9 home runs and 62 runs batted in, just a bonus. He's worked himself into a 2-0 hitter's count here as he takes another pitch high. And it's 3-0 from Ong. Again, routinely missing in that same spot, leaving the fastball high and away to a lefty. Tells you he's just not finishing, not following through all the way. 1 pitch away from walking the bases loaded. Here's the 3-0 to Taylor. Inside, almost hit him on the foot. And the bases are juiced with 1 out. Austin Peay leads at 4-3, but on the verge of extending that advantage. Keaton caught him due up next, and Question becomes, will he see Felix Ong? How long is that leash for this coaching staff? And we're going to find out exactly how long as Stan Stolte emerges from the first base dugout. That's going to do it for Felix Ong. He's going to be lifted with the bases loaded and 1 out after 3 consecutive walks here in the 5th. He'll give way to a relief arm as Keaton Cottom will welcome him to the game. We'll step aside for the pitching change. Back from the Earl in a moment with the bases loaded and 1 out in the 5th. Austin Peay 4, UNLV 3. Rebel pitching change brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. We're in the top of the 5th inning, and how about this unenviable spot, to say the least, for L.J. Manning making his Rebel debut. Bases loaded, 1 out with Austin Peay on top 4-0. It'll be Keaton Cottom, the batter, to welcome L.J. Manning to the game. The 6'2", 200-pound lefty out of Balsam Lake, Wisconsin, comes in with Cole Johnson on third, Andres Matias on second, and Zion Taylor at first. All 3 of them walked in order by Felix Ong, who gives way with 3 bequeathed runners for Keaton Cottom. A walk and a line drive out so far for the right-hand batting catcher. And Manning going to try to limit the damage. With 1 out, the first pitch swung on and fouled straight back. Felix Ong with a very partial line to this point. He's responsible for all 3 runners on base. But if Manning were able to strand all 3 of them, it would just be the 4 runs all earned to the ledger of the right-hander Ong in 4 1/3 innings. The 0-1 from the lefty. Line foul just outside the chalk on the first base side. Jeff Hendricks, the crew chief, right there straddling the line, signaled it early and emphatically. He had the best view. Manning, a transfer from Dakota Community Technical College. At the junior college level, good numbers there. 2.67 ERA and a 5-2 record last year. Breaking ball, hit in the air, right side and out of play. Manning operates with a fastball, a sweeping slider, and a changeup. That fastball anywhere from 90 to 93. That slider there with some really sharp action on it. He's ahead 0-2 on Cottom. Here's the pitch. That's high on a 92-mile-an-hour running fastball. Again, last year, Manning 5-2, 2.67 ERA. 12 starts and 14 appearances, 57 in the third innings. It was all region for his community college, Dakota Community Tech. The 1-2, fouled straight back, somehow caught him, able to get a piece. That one nearly got him on the kneecaps, but instead he was able to put bat to ball and live to see another one. Ong finished with 84 pitches, 47 of which were for strikes. Not going to change the 6 walks juxtaposed with just 2 strikeouts. L.J. Manning with 3 inherited runners comes set on 1 and 2, and the pitch on the way to Cottom. Swing and a miss, strike 3 on a pitch in the dirt. Cottom twisted up like a pretzel as he hacked at air, and he's set down for the first time today via the K. First batter that L.J. Manning faces for the Rebels is a strikeout. He's hoping for one more out, however he can get it, trying to strand the bases loaded. Felix Ahm would certainly owe him one if he were able to do that. Standing in his way, though, Paris Pridgeon, 1 for 2 with an RBI double. He'll get credit for a ground out on that interference call. Fastball inside, nearly hits the right-handed batter on the foot again. Not only does Pridgeon get credit for an RBI double and a run scored in the 4th, he'll also get credit for his first stolen base of the year. He technically stole home on a double steal with Conley on the other end. He swings here and pops one up down the right field line, but that'll fade out of play for strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike to Paris Pridgeon. After a wisdom ground out to start the inning, Johnson, Matias, and Taylor all took walks consecutively from Felix Ong, all still on their respective bags. 1-1 count from Manning to Pridgeon as the lefty sets at the belt. Here's the kick and the pitch. Line right back up the middle and through into center field for a base hit. Johnson scores easily. Here comes Matias around third. He scores standing up on a 2-out, 2 RBI base hit off the bat of Paris Pridgeon. He's got 3 runs batted in today, and the Governors extend their lead. It's now 6-3, Austin Peay in the 5th. Both of those runs charged to Felix Ong. He's also responsible for Taylor off second base. Pridgeon with his best game of the year, bar none. He was 1 for 6 coming into the year. He is now 2 for 3 with 3 runs batted in, and so far a run scored today. 6-3 Governors as they call an offensive timeout. You want to get the whole team over in front of the third base dugout to try to go over this one with Trevor Conley awaiting in the on-deck circle. This is one of the major differences between college baseball and anything higher, minor league, major league, even indie ball. But anything at the pro level, you do not ever see a manager or a coach call timeout, call the whole team over for a strategic conversation. I mean, he's got the entire lineup in there. They must have seen something in the delivery of Manning that leads them to think they have an advantage. Otherwise, I don't know why you call the whole team over with every matchup as individual and matchup-based as it is. But there's something that this Austin Peay coaching staff wants to see more of, or they've identified out of Manning, the lefty. So after striking out the first batter he faced, a line drive smacked right back up the middle by him. Manning allows 2 of the 3 inherited runners to score. Still 1 more on, with Austin Peay now doubling up UNLV 6-3. Trevor Conley batting with 2 on and 2 down in the 5th. And he takes a first pitch slider in through the front door, over the inside for a strike. That could be the other thing, is when you see a new pitcher, maybe you notice a pattern in terms of the pitch mix. Good to see Manning thinking on the other end, the cat and mouse game, so to speak, pitching backwards to Conley, who's lined out and reached on a fielder's choice in 2 at-bats. Kicking the 0-1, swung on and missed. Conley in the hole, 0-2. He's lined out to right and grounded out up the middle. Conley, a catcher by trade, but suiting it up at first base. There is a right-hander up and throwing in the bullpen for Austin Peay. See if Cox's day is done after 4 innings and 66 pitches. You would assume not. He's been effective. Conley offers up at a pitch in the dirt for strike 3. Behind the plate to go and grab it is Talixon. The throw to first in plenty of time. A strikeout, 2-3 on the putout. However, a 2-run score for Austin Peay on 1 swing as Paris Pridgeon brings home a pair. 2 runs on 1 hit and 3 walks, no errors, and 2 runners left on base. With that, we've played half a ball game, 4.5 innings down, 4.5 to go. It's Austin Peay 6, UNLV 3. Officially in the back half of today's action going into the bottom of the 5th inning. Matt Everett here at Earl E. Wilson Stadium as UNLV trails Austin Peay 6-3. Rebels with 3 runs in the 3rd inning, and that's been it so far as Connor Tallickson takes a pitch up and away from Chance Cox. 67th pitch of the game for Cox. 42 of them have been for strikes. He's been bolstered with 6 runs of offensive support. Missing outside here. He'll bring the count 2 balls and no strikes to Connor Tallickson, who was hit by the first pitch he saw back in the 2nd inning. So already deeper into this at-bat than his first. Out of the full windup, Cox deals high, and it's 3 balls and no strikes. Tallickson followed by Jaden Sanchez and the leadoff man Jack Salmon to kick off the 5th. Austin Peay with a 2 spot in the 5th inning. On 3-0, Tallickson watching all the way. Takes a strike on the outer edge. One thing about Chance Cox is that he has not been in too many 3-ball, no-strike counts. When he's been there, way more often than not, seems the next pitch a strike regardless. There's his strike as well as Tallickson takes it over the inside. He thought it was ball 4. Instead, he's got to get back in from the right and see another one on 3-2. Give you the final line on Ong here in a moment. Rebel starter on the hook for the loss if the score holds. Meanwhile, Tallickson stings one up the middle, off the glove of the second baseman Proctor and into center field. That's a base hit. Connor Tallickson has reached leading off twice today. That's exactly what you want from anybody leading off a frame. Tallickson with his first hit of the year in 5 plate appearances. Then it brings up Jaden Sanchez, who works his way from the first base dugout over to the right-hand batter's box. That's what you like to see if you're trying to mount the comeback. Base runners early and often. Now the crowd is just shy of 700 on hand to watch this one today. The finale of a 4-game series between UNLV and Austin Peay. There's a fastball in there for a strike. Makes it 0-1 to Sanchez. A well put together center fielder who walked and came in to score in the 3rd inning on the Drew Berrigan RBI base hit. Cox misses high out of the stretch, and the count's even at 1. UNLV with a day off tomorrow. First time they've had a day off in 4 days. Sanchez takes down. They'll travel to Riverside, California, at least as it's currently scheduled. There is expected to be a ton of rain in Southern California and maybe even in the Vegas Valley throughout the middle part of the week. So we'll keep an eye on that game with UC Riverside making the return trip later in the season to Vegas. Sanchez skies this one, foul ground on the first base side. Conley at first gives it a look, runs to the fence and runs out of room. That thing bounced maybe 6 feet on the other side, but for Sanchez. He'll breathe a sigh of relief as he gets to see another one. So for Felix Ong, 4 1/3 innings, charged for 6 runs, all of them earned on 5 hits and 6 walks while striking out a pair. He walked 6 of the 24 that he faced. 2-2 inside, and it hits him off the lower leg of Jaden Sanchez. And this 8-9 combination of Talixon and Sanchez is yet to be retired today. Granted, they've only put 1 ball in play. They've each been hit by a pitch. Sanchez took a walk earlier, and Talixon with a leadoff base hit here, advancing up to second base with Sanchez clubbed on the ankle as Cox starts to build up the pitch count, maybe running out of steam. Time called as the catcher caught him, and the first baseman Connolly, who's also a catcher, go out to the mound to have a word with Chance Cox. In 4+ innings, Cox has allowed 3 runs, all earned on 3 hits while striking out 5. 2 walks and 2 hit batters amongst his 77 pitches. He's thrown 11 pitches so far in the 5th without an out. And what's more, the lineup flips back to the top as Jack Salmon steps in for a 3rd time. Lefty on lefty here with no outs in the 5th. Salmon, the tying run, swings and gets a piece, but fouls a breaking pitch back into the mid of Cottom. Looked like Cox had fallen a bit off balance as well in the follow-through there. He's lost a hat a couple of times. A full effort delivery, if nothing else. Front door slider crackles over the inside, and it's 0-2. That's one thing as well, especially to these lefties. Cox has no fear throwing that breaking ball any spot, any count. See what he does here on 0-2. It is the breaking ball, and it's swung on and missed. Beautiful slider, fools Salmon, who strikes out for the 2nd time today. That's punch out number 6 in the game. And Cox with a very critical first down. Watch as Kearse Kimball, the pitching coach, will emerge and make the point to the right field or left field bullpen. He wants to bring in a righty to face off against Marcos Rosales. Rosales batting is the tying run with 1 out and 2 runners on in the bottom half of inning number 5. UNLV trails by 3, but threatening for sure in the back half of today's action. They'll be back after this pitching change timeout in the bottom of the 5th. It's Austin Peay 6, UNLV 3. The Rebels threatening. Be back in a moment from the Earl. With Austin Peay on top 6-3, our head coach Roland Fanning dips into the bullpen and will call the right-hander Drew DeLucia, wearing number 16. DeLucia, 6'1", 225-pound senior out of Medway, Massachusetts. Former Falcon from Franklin Pierce College up in New Hampshire. welcomes Marcos Rosales, the former Cal State Fullerton Titan, to the batter's box. 2 on, 1 down. Connor Tallickson off second. Jaden Sanchez off first. Base hit and a hit by pitch put them on respectively. First pitch to Rosales. Hit on a big chopper down the third base side. Picked up on 2 big hops by Velasquez. Throw to first just in time. Outstanding stretch by Trevor Conley, who had to go up the line and was able to hold the toe on the inside white bag on that double bag setup. So while Rosales does move both runners up on a 5-3 tap out, it does put out number 2 on the board for Drew Berrigan. Chance Cox, the starter, responsible for both runners if they were to come around and score. Cox did not go the requisite 5 innings needed to qualify for a win as a starter, so this decision going to go to the pen one way or another for the visitors. A healthy cut, but a whiff by Berrigan sets him behind 0-1. Berrigan with a strikeout and a pair of RBIs on a base hit in the 3rd inning. This one inside and it hits him. He turned, wore that one off the arm, clapping to the dugout as he jogs down to first base following. 3rd hit batter of the game. It's the 2nd of the inning for the Rebels, and it loads the bases for Nin Burns, who represents the go-ahead run just like that. Now, Burns would love to put something in play. He would love to sneak something through the infield. So far today, he's grounded out to first and hit into a 6-3 double play. First pitch from DeLucia over the inside for a strike at 84. DeLucia was a starter last year at Franklin Pierce at the D2 level. 15 starts at his 17 appearances, 7-5 record, 4.5 ERA. The 0-1 popped up, out of play, foul, and that makes it 0-2. And Burns had a big year last year at Northwest Nazarene College. Batting here with the sacks full in the 5th inning. The 0-2 pitch, swung on, bounced up the middle. Shortstop Matias dives, he can't knock it down. 2 runs are going to score as Tallickson and Sanchez make it a 1-run game. RBI number 3 on the year for Burns, and it's 6-5, the Rebels creeping closer. Berrigan, the tying run at second base. Burns with a pair of RBIs on 1 swing. Because that one snuck into the outfield, it allowed Tallickson and Sanchez to scamper home. For Burns, a perfect example there of not trying to do too much. But again, hit it where it's pitched. Let the action of the pitch do some of the heavy lifting. And Chance Cox now charged for all 5 of those runs. 2 on, 2 down for Johnny Rodriguez. J-Rod in there with a fresh count. And first pitch swinging. He comes up empty. And it's 0-1. Mentioned Burns wants to put something in play. For Rodriguez, it'd be the first time he did so this afternoon. 2 strikeouts, both on sliders from the lefty Cox in the 2nd and the 4th. The 0-1 from the stretch. Swung on and missed. And Lucia pulled the string on a changeup. Chance Cox charged for 5 runs on 3 hits and 2 walks over 4 1/3 innings. Everybody on the responsibility of DeLucia. Here's the 0-2. Bounced. Great block by Cottom to keep it in front. Chance Cox with 6 strikeouts compared to his 2 walks. 80 pitches, 50 for strikes, and both starters go 4 1/3 innings, both charged for 5 or more runs. Open stance on the left for Rodriguez. A swing and a miss for strike 3. Another breaking ball and another strikeout for J-Rod. But the Rebels do creep closer. Nin Burns with a 2 RBI base hit. And the Rebels played 2 runs on 2 hits with 2 hit batsmen in the inning. There were no errors and a pair of runners left on base. Through 5 innings complete, we got a tight one on our hands. Austin Peay 6, UNLV 5 here at Earl E. Wilson Stadium. Top of the sixth inning, top of the lineup to get it started for Austin Peay. Governors lead the Rebels 6-5. UNLV storming back with a pair of runs in the fifth inning on an Burns RBI single. Yeah, the first pitch from L.J. Manning to Kyler Proctor is cut on and missed, and we're underway in the sixth. And both sides plating 2 runs for what it's worth in the respective halves of the fifth inning. They did it in very different fashions. So one pitch is over the outside for a called strike. L.J. Manning in relief of Felix Ong, who was charged for 6 runs, all earned on 5 hits over 4 1/3 innings. This one swung on and tattooed in the air deep to left center field. Sanchez trips, and it takes a bounce on the warning track anyway. Around second is Proctor. He wants third. The throw cut off by Chef. He fires to third. It's on a bounce and not in time. Sliding in feet first and safely on a triple is Kyler Proctor. He had a pair of triples last year. This is his first extra base hit of 2026. Likely would have been at least a double anyway had Sanchez not taken a tumble. He turned, lost his footing, fell flat on his face. By the time he got up, that ball was sitting by the wall. So Proctor with a 3-bagger. Just like that, an insurance run 90 feet away for Ray Velasquez. They're playing the right-handed batter to pull. 3 men on the left side. First pitch swinging. He'll foul one straight back into the mitt. 0-1 the count to the third baseman, who's 2 for 3. Pair of singles, pair of runs scored, and a hard-hit line drive out right at and in Burns in the fourth inning. Lefty L.J. Manning's 0-1 offering is at the knees for a called strike. 91 on the gun. And Manning came in with the bases loaded and nobody out. Or 1 out, beg your pardon. Gave up 2 runs. Inherited runners, 2 out of the 3 coming in to score. Manning set the 0-2 pitch. Inside. Velasquez, who stands close to the plate regardless, had to bend out of the way of that one about belt high. 6 runs, 7 hits, no errors for the Governors. 5 runs, 4 hits, 1 error for UNLV. Second baseman Rosales on the third base side of the bag. Everybody deep but straight up around the outfield. 1 ball, 2 strikes the count as Manning on the way. Gives up a high pop-up right behind home plate. Talixon gives it a look. But that'll land amongst the fans and extend the battle. Mentioned the UNLV non-con midweek showdown with UC Riverside. The Highlanders playing host on Tuesday evening. And then following that, Rebels play 5 consecutive home games in a 6-day stretch. This one swung on and roped down the left field line, but it's foul off the fencing in front of the bullpen. The Bradley Bears make their second trip to Las Vegas in as many seasons next weekend. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the 3-game set. Just a 3-gamer. Games at 6, 6, and 11 a.m. Come on out and join us in person at UNLVathletics.com or UNLV Athletics YouTube. Same feed for those games. This has been a long at-bat, and the 1-2 pitch is swung on and missed. Velasquez sent down swinging as Manning has now struck out 3 of the 5 batters he's faced. Only problem is that if he hasn't recorded a strikeout, he's given up a hit. 5 batters, 3 Ks, a single and a triple. 1 out, 1 on for Ty Wisdom, who, if he's using conventional wisdom, would just try to hit something in the air here. The infield drawing in all the way around. They know how important that insurance run is off third base. They're going to go to home on any ground ball. Instead, in from the left side, Wisdom takes a first pitch strike on a slider. In a situation like this, the defense will tell you what they're going to do with their alignment. In this case, everybody in front of the base path. Any ground ball, they're going to go home. 0-1 slider just off the elbow of Wisdom. He nearly got clipped. And the count's even. Wisdom walked back in the first inning, but in the third and the fifth, he grounded out to twice in each frame. Or rather to second in each frame. Manning comes set from the left side. A high leg kick, and the pitch is all the way to the backstop, but it takes a big trampoline bounce back to the plate. Talixon with good hustle to track it down, and Proctor unable to score. Kyler Proctor with heads-up base running there, didn't just make a blind break to the plate when it got by. Because it was a fastball and because it wasn't touched by Talixon, it went straight to the backstop in the air and bounced off the hard padding and all the way back to the mound, rather to the plate area. Slider just below the knees, misses for ball 3. Yeah, L.J. Manning did not miss by much there. But now here's Ty Wisdom in a 3-ball, 1-strike count. You don't have to come right over the heart of the dish here if you're Manning. With first base open and 1 down, he could set up a double play. The only issue is that Cole Johnson is a big threat on deck. Out of the stretch, the next delivery inside, and it hits him on the helmet. It was a breaking ball, and it got him on the helmet. And Wisdom looks to be no worse for wear as it hit him right in the front of the helmet on an 82-mile-an-hour slider. He threw the bat to the third base dugout. I think he went to throw the helmet. Thought better of it. He said, oh, yeah, I might need that again. He gets down to first base for the second time today without benefit of a hit. So you don't ever want to hit a batter, and it's not the worst free pass to issue on a 3-1. Sets up a double play up the middle, and it brings up Cole Johnson. That's the downside of it. He's walked twice and tripled home a run. Middle infielders pinched, especially Rosales at second. Johnny Rodriguez holds the runner on at first. Proctor off third. Runners on the corners and 1 down. A bouncing breaking ball stopped by Talixon, who fakes a throw to second as Wisdom advances 90 feet on a wild pitch. So now forget the traditional double play ball. You would imagine that the Rebels will pull the entirety of the infield in, and it looks like they will. So again, the situation not any different here with the runner on second and third versus just the runner on third. And maybe it is, as they now back up around the infield. So again, the defense will tell you what they're doing. This tells you the coaching staff is prepared to trade 2 outs for, or 1 out rather, for a run. They would rather get the sure thing out at first than the maybe out at home. This is all imagining a hard hit ground ball to an infielder. Lots got to go right. Here's a hard hit ball to an infielder. Sheff deep in the hole to the left. Gloves behind the bag and throws to first in time as Proctor comes in to score, making the score 7-5. I don't think Sheff makes that play if he's shaded in. Only reason they were able to get that out was because of the picture-perfect positioning and the good hands of Sheff. So while Johnson does not reach for the first time today, he will get credit for his second RBI of the game and his 6th of the season. And it's now a 2-run lead for the Governors, celebrating in the third base dugout. Runner on second, 2 down for Matias. Right-hand batting shortstop, originally from the Dominican Republic. Lefty on righty, and the first pitch in the dirt moves the count to 1-0. Matias has reached on a fielder's choice and a walk. He's also grounded out to short today. Third team All-ASUN last year with the Governors. Manning trying to eat some innings here as he steals a strike at the top of the zone. Matias doesn't agree, but the count goes 1-0 on anyway. 1 ball, 1 strike with 2 outs and a runner on second. In the bottom of the 6th inning, it'll be Sheff, Hurdle, and Talixon due up 6, 7, and 8 for UNLV. As of now, they trail by a pair. Manning to the plate. 1-1 pitch, pop foul, out of play on the right field line. Governors with 7 runs on 7 hits. And they've scored in every inning except for the 1-2-3 second. 1 in the first, 1 in the third, 2 in the 4th and 5th. And a single tally so far here in inning number 6. The 1-2, fouled straight back off the thumbs of Matias. Kyler Proctor led the inning off with a triple to left center field. Jaden Sanchez tripped in his pursuit, allowed that extra 90. Ray Velasquez struck out against L.J. Manning. Ty Wisdom was hit by a pitch on the dome. Cole Johnson grounded out to drive in a run up the middle. Manning set. Here's the 1-2. No, a throw to second, and it's off the glove of Rosales and into left center field. A throwing error is going to move Wisdom from second to third base. With 2 outs, it's not the most consequential advancement, but with the way that this Austin Peay team plays, hey, take advantage of your mistakes. You don't win 45 games and bring back 19 returners from a team like that if you don't. So with the score 7-5, Austin Peay with a runner at third. And 2 down for Matias. Manning works out of the stretch with the runner on third. Here's the kick and the 1-2. In the dirt, blocked by Tallickson. Well, so far we've seen 3 different Rebel catchers in the 4 games of the year. Gavin Taylor, Aiden Garcia, and Connor Tallickson. Drew Charney, the only other catcher on the roster, is going to be out for the year. So that's your trio right there, those 3 guys. Meanwhile, on 2-2, another foul ball. Knocked straight back over the screen by Matias. Matias, a returning starter, along with Proctor up the middle. Ray Velasquez at third. And Cole Johnson, who split time between first base and designated hitter all last year, doing the same in 2026. Count even at 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs in a 2-run game. Left the L.J. Manning on the way. Fouled straight back again, this time on a chopper by Matias. Man, this has been a war already for Manning, who's recorded 3 strikeouts in an inning and a third already. Strikeout number 4 would be massive to limit the damage. Let's try that again. Here's another 2-2 from Manning. It hits him in the foot. Second hit batter in a 3-hitter stretch. And there's now runners on the corners with 2 outs again for L.J. Manning. As action begins in the bullpen behind him. Here comes Stan Stolte. He'll make the call quickly as another left-hander is going to come in behind L.J. Manning. Manning, after an inning and a third, charged for a run on 2 hits. He hit 2 batter and struck out 3. That'll be Gavin Bowen jogging in. He'll make his second outing in as many days when we come back. Austin Peay leads 7-5 back after this pitching change with 2 outs and runners on the corners in the top of the 6th inning. With Austin Peay leading 7-5 and threatening to expand on that advantage in the top of the 6th inning, Stan Stolte not messing around as he calls on Gavin Bowen out of the bullpen for the 2nd time in as many games. Bowen came in and got the final 2 outs of the nightcap last night after Dylan Rogers left with an injury, and he faces off against Zion Taylor here. First pitch swinging. Taylor ropes a foul ball straight back to the screen, and it's 0-1. Bowen, the lefty out of Waukesha, Wisconsin, comes to UNLV by way of State College of Florida, Manatee, Sarasota, and Bradenton. Taylor, meanwhile, with a double, a walk, and a ground out in 3 at-bats today. Checks the swing and holds up on a fastball riding iron in at 89 on the gun. L.J. Manning responsible for Ty Wisdom on third. Andres Matias off of first. He hit both of them. He's also allowed a run on 2 hits over an inning and a third so far. Bowen trying to keep it at that. 1-1 slider. Snaps down and away, but misses for ball 2. Ong, the starter, went 4 1/3. He's on the hook right now if the score holds. And L.J. Manning, the next inning and a third on 36 pitches. 25 of them were strikes. He'll finish with 3 strikeouts and no walks. But a partial line in terms of the runs. Taylor takes high and outside. A good action on that breaking ball from Bowen. Plenty of movement, but hard to control it. He threw 9 pitches, 8 of which were for strikes last night. Retired the only 2 batters he faced. Struck out Pridgeon and got Velasquez to ground out to end the game. Trying to come all the way back here. The lefty deals out of the stretch and throws high for ball 4 on a heater. That'll load the bases again. And I mean, count up the total walks for this entire series. It is early in the season. The pitching is not going to be as clean and fresh, so to speak, as you would hope for. Just 4 walks on Friday night. Then 10 in game 1 yesterday. 7 in the nightcap. 21 walks in 3 games issued by UNLV pitching coming into today. And as Keaton Cottom stands in with the bases loaded, he's hit by a pitch to drive in a run. You got to be kidding me. The run charged to Manning as Wisdom comes in to score from third. 3 different hit batters this inning alone. One of them hit by a pitch to score another one. Matias up to third. He was hit by a pitch. Taylor to second. He was walked. And since coming in, Bowen has walked Taylor on 5 pitches and hit Cottom on the first pitch he threw him. 6 pitches, 2 base runners. And the base is still full, still 2 outs for Paris Pridgeon, who he struck out yesterday. Starts him off with a strike at the letters here. But the Governors on top, 8-5. So 21 walks coming into today. There have been 7 walks and 3 hit batters by UNLV pitching today. 28 walks in less than 4 games. Coaching staff will certainly not be happy with that. The 0-1 inside, and it nearly hits him. Bowen coming across to these right-handed batters and really working the inside of the plate. Matias on third, the responsibility of Manning. If he scores or the inning ends, that's how the line can close for the lefty. Another lefty, Gavin Bowen on the hill. He's a 1-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. Pridgeon waving and whiffing badly there for strike 2. He was well over the top. So far, Ong charged for 6 of the 8 runs. The other 2 on the ledger of Manning to this point. Bowen set. Here's the 1-2 on the way. And it's laced foul and out of play down the right field line. 8 runs, 7 hits, no errors for the Governors. 5 runs on 4 hits, and a couple of errors for UNLV. Both of the errors on errant pickoffs, both to second base. One from Ong, one from Manning. First and 6th innings, respectively. After a foul ball with the bases loaded and 2 down, another 1-2 pitch on the way is hit on the ground, third base side, picked up off the mound by Bowen, who's got no play. Everybody's safe on an infield single. 9-6, Austin Peay at the final run charged to Manning, who's going to be charged for 3 runs as a whole. RBI for Pridgeon is his 4th in his last 3 at-bats. None of them the prettiest runs batted in, but they are RBIs on paper nonetheless. So the Governors continue to add on to a lead. They've scored 7 of their 9 runs in the last 2 2/3 innings. And with the bases still loaded, here's the lefty Trevor Conley. As L.J. Manning, the southpaw himself, brings the hands together in the set. First pitch, way high. Conley has to get the bat out of the way. Conley's lined out, tapped into a fielder's choice, and struck out in 3 at-bats. The only strikeout against L.J. Manning. Here's another lefty in Bowen, coming set on 1-0. Working out of the stretch with the bases loaded. Fastball line straight back, rather the curveball at 78. 1-1 the count to the number 9 hitter, Conley. Kyler Proctor, a tough task no matter when he bats at the top of the lineup, but especially if he gets up here in this inning. It's already kind of getting out of hand. He's due up next. 1-1 as Bowen toes the third base side. High leg kick. The lefty deals, and he throws high and in. Look out, Trevor Conley, the first baseman, had to bend backwards out of the way. 2-1 count with Taylor on third. Caught him on second and Pridgeon on first. A walk, a hit batsman, and a base hit, respectively. A block there by Talixon moves the count 3-1. Bowen just struggling to locate on that fastball. Or the breaking pitch, I should say. Last one at 78. Infield deep and straight up. Much the same in the outfield with no wind to speak of on a Sunday afternoon, just post-Valentine's Day. And here's Bowen's 3-1 delivery. Swing and a miss on a running fastball in on the hands. It goes underneath Conley's bat, and it'll move the count full at 3-2. Bases loaded, 2 down, and the count full as well. All 3 runners going to go with the pitch. Get that extra head start on the full situation. 9-5 Governors as Bowen sets. There go the runners. The 3-2 payoff. Outside ball 4. And the Governors with a 10 spot, including 4 in the 6th inning alone. And they have now doubled up on the Rebels. It is 10-5 in the top of the 6th. RBI on a walk is the first ribby of the year for Conley. And now a meeting on the hill as Gavin Bowen continues to struggle. He is yet to retire a batter. He's had every one that he's faced on. He walked Taylor. He hit Cottam. Gave up an RBI base hit to Pridgeon on a little blooper, or a little dribbler, I should say. And then with the bases loaded in a 3-2 count, he walks Conley. And that'll bring the lineup back to the top for Kyler Proctor, who led off the inning with a triple off the fence in left center. So the Governors batting around here in the 6th. And that'll be the 3rd visit used up by Stan Stolte and company. Jeff Opalewski back to the first base dugout. Right-handed batting second baseman Kyler Proctor in for the 5th time today already. Second at bat of the inning. He's 1 out of 4 with a couple of strikeouts, a fly out to left. And that moonshot of a triple to the gap in left center. Nowhere to put him with the bases loaded and 2 down. First pitch from Bowen. Inside, it gets past the catcher Talixon. It hits him. A dead ball as he's hit on the foot. And the 5th run of the 6th inning comes in to score. Cottam touches home from third. Pridgeon to third base. Conley goes first to second. Proctor with his first RBI of the day on a hit batter. Becomes the 3rd straight Governor to drive in a run. Only one of which has done it by a hit. Another righty batting with the bases loaded and 2 down for Ray Velasquez, who grounded out against Bowen yesterday. First pitch swinging. It's a ground ball to third. It's off the glove of Berrigan, who recovers. He snaps a throw to first, and it's in time for the out to stop the bleeding. Overall in the 6th, Austin Peay sends 11 men to the plate. They score 5 runs on 2 hits. There were 3 hit batters and a pair of walks as well. They get 4 hit batters and a pair of walks. And there were 3 runners left on base. They strand them loaded. Rebels with some work to do as we go to the bottom of the 6th. It's Austin Peay 10, UNLV 5. Today's game is brought to you by America First Credit Union, Nevada's premier credit union. Whatever financial goals you've got for yourself, your family, or your business, America First can help you get your money working. Head to americafirst.com and join the home team today. Rebel Baseball also presented by West Coast Trial Lawyers, the #1 rated personal injury firm and proud supporters of UNLV athletics, reminding you to get the most with West Coast. All of a sudden, it's an 11-5 lead for Austin Peay. They played 5 runs in the top of the 6th inning on a whopping 2 hits. As the first pitch in the bottom of the frame, swung on and missed by Cooper Sheff. Working quickly is Drew DeLucia. And DeLucia, as the Massachusetts native, misses low for a ball. 1-1 the count to the #6 hitter, Cooper Sheff. #6 on the card as well. It is a more customary shortstop rule. He swings here and puts a charge into this one. Backhanded on 2 hops deep in the hole by Velasquez. Third baseman's throw to first on a hop. Beats Sheff by a step. What a play by Velasquez. Manny Machado-esque to the backhand deep near the chalk line. Wow. If nothing else, Cooper Sheff has been ahead of every pitch he's put in play today. Third put out to the left side of the infield, including a couple of ground outs and a fly out. So DeLucia settling in as the bats continue to back him up. And with 1 out and the base is empty, Jaden Hurdle, watching all the way, takes a called strike 1. Gavin Bowen came in and gave up a couple of inherited runners, allowed him to score, and then was charged for 2 of his own. So Hurdle takes upstairs. Final line for L.J. Manning, an inning and a third, 3 runs all earned on 2 hits, 3 walks, and a pair of hit batters. He did strike out 3. A swing and a cap shot grounder. Hit on the ground to third. It's off the glove of the third baseman, Velasquez. Throw to first, not in time. That'll be a fielding error on Velasquez. Picked it up on that second big bounce. And had a hit off of his chest. That's what you like to see if you're going to pick a positive from the Austin Peay coaching staff, is that he squared it up, got in front. Velasquez a bit shaken up after the play. Time called as he's going to walk around and now take a knee on the cut of the outfield grass. That one came up and got him. Might have hit him near the belt line as he gets up and readjusts himself. Velasquez good to go, waves the trainer back to the dugout. Yeah, that's just one where you need a second to collect yourself. Velasquez good to go as Connor Tallickson's getting ready to bat for a 3rd time today. Hurdle reaches for the first time today. It's via the first error for the visiting side. Tallickson has reached twice and scored twice. Same deal for the man behind him, Jaden Sanchez. Tallickson takes down. Tallickson hit by the first pitch he saw right on the backside back in the 3rd inning. He then singled up the middle to lead off the 5th and scored on the base hit by Burns. Check throw to first base. Hurdle back in there standing and safely. Rebels not much of a stolen base threat as a team in general. In fact, Rosales with a stolen base in this game. The only steal that's not by Jack Salmon this year. Strike 1 in there on the fastball from Drew DeLucia to Connor Tallickson, hitting out of the 8th spot today. DeLucia wearing number 16 comes set on the first base side. Here's the kick in the 1-1. Lifted in left center field. That'll get down in the gap for a base hit. Pridgeon over to cut it off and limit Tallickson to a seeing eye single. It's the 2nd hit for Tallickson in a row. 3rd time in succession that he's reached base. Tallickson yet to be retired. And after starting 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts on Friday night, he's 2 for 2 and reaching all 3 at-bats today. Bottom of the 6th, 11-5, the Austin Peay lead. And Sanchez trying to continue the momentum that Tallickson has started in front of him. Tallickson off of first out of the 8 hole. Sanchez hitting 9th with an open stance from the right side. 2 on, 1 down here in the 6th. As Sanchez takes a strike from DeLucia. Overall, a good weekend for UNLV athletics, no doubt about it. Both men's and women's basketball teams winning. Lady Rebels defeated Grand Canyon yesterday at the Pavilion. And Sanchez hits a ground ball up the middle and through. Past the diving shortstop, Matias. A stop sign held up at third as Hurdle can't advance any further. The ball rolls up the mound. And it's Sanchez's first hit of the day. And between Tallickson and Sanchez, they've been a 2-man wrecking crew at the bottom of the lineup. You're talking a combined 3 for 3 with 4 runs scored, 2 hit batters, and a walk between them. Only thing they haven't done is drive in a run. A lot of that due to the fact that Rodriguez, Sheff, and Hurdle ahead of them are hitless. Here's a guy who's hitless as well, but Jack Salmon looking for his first time on base this afternoon. Bases loaded, 1 out. As the left-hand batting outfielder takes a strike right down the middle. Salmon has struck out twice, both times against the starter Cox. 2 of his 6 Ks against the leadoff man. 0-1 pitch is low. DeLucia missing in the dirt. Salmon bookending his strikeouts with a ground out to first in the 3rd inning. Former Hawaii Rainbow Warrior and the son of former MLBer Tim Salmon, or the nephew, beg your pardon, of Tim Salmon. Watches outside. That's a called strike on the outer edge. 81 through the back door for DeLucia, and he steals strike 2. Hurdle off third. Talixon off second. Sanchez off the bag at first as the 1-2 is fouled. Back into the mitt. Cottom squeezes it for the out. Salmon down on strikes for the 3rd time today. And with 2 outs and the bases loaded in the 6th, Rebels staring down the barrel of an 11-5 deficit as Kearse Kimball comes out of the third base dugout. He's going to go have a word with DeLucia. I don't see anybody warming up in the bullpen behind him. Again, this is one of those things that only really happens at the college level. You do see this more often than pulling the entire offense in by the dugout like we saw earlier. This is a strategic meeting here on the mound. As DeLucia continues to cruise along, he's been outstanding, no doubt about it. This is to figure out how to go out to Rosales, who had the pinch hit solo home run yesterday in our 2nd game of the day, 3rd game of the series. You know, with the bases loaded in a 6-run game, you can't be too sure of things if you're DeLucia. He's thrown 25 pitches to the 9 batters he's faced. That's just about 2 per batter. That's a really, really good and efficient average. So after the meeting, Rosales digs in from the right. He's walked, he's doubled home a run, and he's grounded out so far. Taking all the way. First pitch slider in the dirt, goes for ball 1. Rosales with 3 hits in 11 at-bats this year, all 3 of them for extra bases. Checks the swing on a breaking ball high. Did he go? Yes, on the appeal down the first base side, says Jeff Hendricks. 1-1 the count. Here's the kick and the pitch. DeLucia buries a breaking ball at 84. Good take there by Rosales. When he doubled in the 3rd, he scored Talixon. He's hoping to bring in Connor again. This time he would be from second with Hurdle in front of him and Sanchez behind him. DeLucia takes the side, rocks and fires on 2-1. High and tight, 3 balls to a strike now. And Rosales, with the world as his oyster, can pick 1 pitch in 1 spot and drive. Rebels trail by 6, but threatening here in the 6th inning. This one chopped foul, roller down the 3rd baseline. Moves the count full. So what that'll do is give the runners a head start with a full count and 2 down. Infield playing him a step to pull the outfield. Playing Rosales maybe a step to go the other way. There go the runners. The 3-2 payoff. Hit on the ground is short. Picked up on 2 big hops. And the throw to first by Matias is elementary. The Rebels strand the bases loaded in the 6th. No runs, 2 hits, 1 error, 3 left. On to the 7th we go. It's Austin Peay 11, UNLV 5. Gavin Bowen back out on the mound for the top of the 7th inning. Austin Peay leads UNLV 11-5 by virtue of a 5 spot in the top of the 6th inning. Ty Wisdom, a left-hand batter, stares at the first pitch fastball from the lefty Bowen and takes 88 over the outer edge for strike 1. 3, 4, and 5 spots due up here for Austin Peay. They continue to tack on a big 6th inning, the difference in the game. A swing and a miss on a fastball high and in. Quickly 0-2 the count to the right fielder. Wisdom has walked and been hit by a pitch. He's also grounded out to second base twice. Working quickly, Bowen out of the full windup deals, and it's lifted in the air to right field. Heading back into foul ground goes Rodriguez, and the first baseman will watch it bounce foul. Nothing going for UNLV in the bottom of the 6th. After Austin Peay sent 11 men to the plate and plated 5 runs in the top of the inning. UNLV loaded the bases in their own right, but didn't score. Breaking ball, swung on and missed for strike 3. Wisdom down via the K. First strikeout for Gavin Bowen today. Second as a Rebel is the first out of inning number 7. That's big because the leadoff hitters have been the one doing a lot of the damage today for Austin Peay. Base is empty for Cole Johnson, who's driven in 2 runs and scored 1 more today. A triple, 2 walks, and an RBI and a groundout. Bowen starts him out 1-0, missing up and away. Rebels left Hurdle, Talixon, and Sanchez on base. Jack Salmon and Marcos Rosales each came to bat with 3 men on and were unable to do anything. Next one's down. 2-0 the count to Johnson, who's not leaving the box whatsoever. He just kind of stares down Bowen as his full windup delivery on the way. He swung on and missed. Johnson down to a knee. Now he'll take a second to collect himself outside the box. 11 runs on just 8 hits for the Governors. 5 runs on 6 hits for UNLV. Johnson takes a strike on a changeup right down Broadway. 2-2 the count. Andres Matias in the on-deck circle. Bowen takes the sign. The 2-2 pitch. Here it is. A slow ground ball hit left side. Berrigan charges, and the third baseman's throw off the back foot in time. Rodriguez down to an E on the stretch. 2 up and 2 away. Really the first time since the 2nd inning on that interference call. There were 2 up and 2 away. And base is empty. 2 down on the board for Matias with a 6-run cushion. After grounding out and reaching via a fielder's choice, Matias has been hit by a pitch and walked in his 2 plate appearances since. Bowen gets ahead, steals a strike at the top of the zone at 82. Matias has also scored 2 of the 11 runs. 0-1 pitch, rocketed right back up the middle, past the diving second baseman Rosales and into center field. A missile off the bat of Matias. And no clean 1-2-3 inning here in the top of the 7th pre-stretch break. That thing was off his bat in a hurry and had a tail on it going towards the outfield. Gavin Bowen trying to get through a clean inning. Something that he hasn't been able to do as of yet. On charge for 6 runs in 4 1/3 innings, so walking 6. L.J. Manning didn't walk anybody, but was hit around to the tune of 3 runs in an inning in the 3rd. Zion Taylor takes all the way, and the left-hand batting outfielder watches up. And for Taylor, he's been getting better as he goes along. Grounded out to second to lead off in the 1st inning. Since then has doubled and walked twice. Bowen pauses, looking at first base, and buries that slider in the dirt for ball 2. Spins it down and away, and action in the bullpen behind him down the right field line. Third baseman Berrigan creeping close. Rodriguez at first holds on as Chef shades up the middle at short. A high leg kick and a 2-0 change. Comes back over the outside. In there for strike 1. A backdoor change from Gavin Bowen. Good stuff. It's just the consistency and dependability what the coaching staff wants to see from number 50. Out of the stretch, he delivers. And Zion hits one high in the air, but playable to left center. Sanchez over to the gap, still on the move. Center fielder goes into his slide, and he'll make a shoestring catch and retire the side in 4 batters. Anything but an easy play. Sanchez, though, able to track it down. And at the top of the 7th, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and a man left. We've reached the stretch break here at Earl E. Wilson Stadium. Back with the bottom of the 7th next. It's UNLV down 11-6. Coming out of the stretch break in the bottom of the 7th inning. Time running low for the Rebels with just 9 outs left to give. The Governors of Austin Peay 9 outs away from earning a 4-game series split if they can hold on to an 11-5 lead. Drew Berrigan facing off against Drew DeLucia to start off the home half of the 7th inning. DeLucia bounces a first pitch fastball for ball 1, and we're underway. Berrigan hitting third this afternoon. 2 RBIs on a base hit in the third. Otherwise, he struck out and been hit by a pitch. Puts this one in play, but fouls it down the third base side. A pulled chopper goes as strike 1. DeLucia entered this inning having thrown 31 pitches, 22 of which were for strikes in an inning and 2/3. Meanwhile, Gavin Bowens had to labor through a bit. Inning and a third for him on 34 pitches. There's a swing and a line drive to left. That's down for a base hit. A hard hit ball off the bat of Drew Berrigan is his second hit of the afternoon. And along with Connor Tallickson, he's the only other Rebel with multiple hits in the game. We can't come back from down 6 with one swing. It's always going to take some chaining together, so to speak. And then Burns will try to start that process here with Rodriguez on deck in the bottom of the 7th inning. Nin takes a strike, a fastball over the outer half. Nin Burns the second, originally from Southern California, the 5'11", 190-pounder out of Covina. Takes a hearty cut, but comes up empty. Can't catch up to that breaking ball, and it's 1-2. Last year's second-team all-conference at Northwest Nazarene at the D2 level. 63 games, started all of them, batted .333 with 83 hits. Gets a hand on this one, twists it foul. That'll land amongst the fans on the first base side. Nothing in 2. It was on a very good Texas Southern team in the SWAC conference in 2024. A team that won the regular season championship. 0-2 pitch. Fouled straight back again by Burns. Not shortening up much with 2 strikes. Spent his sophomore year in 23 at Cal Poly Pomona. Starting 47 games, hitting .317. 2 seasons at Mount San Antonio College in Northern California in his first 2 years. The 0-2 again. Hit in the air, twisting towards right center field. Ranging back goes Paris Pridgeon. And the center fielder with no sun to battle with makes the catch easily. Burns flies out to center field. Berrigan has to retreat back to the base at first. 1 out, 1 on for J-Rod. And before Johnny Rodriguez can bat, Kearse Kimball's going to go to the bullpen. He wants to call on a left-hander to face off against the southpaw Rodriguez. So DeLucia's day is done. Good job of cleaning things up after the game started to get away from the starter, Chance Cox. He'll be done after 2 innings plus. No runs so far on 4 hits and a couple of strikeouts. 39th pitch was his last. And Austin Peay will go to the bullpen for the lefty. We'll be back after the pitching change. Here in the bottom of the 7th, it's Austin Peay 11, UNLV 5. Left-hander out of the bullpen for Austin Peay. Cade Folk, the son of former World Series champion reliever Keith Folk with the Boston Red Sox in 2004. And lefty on lefty as he's brought in to go up against Johnny Rodriguez with Drew Berrigan on first and one out here in the home half of the seventh. UNLV trails Austin Peay in the finale of a four-game series by an 11-5 score here in the late stages. Just 8 outs left to give for this UNLV team today. First pitch from Folk to Rodriguez. Down and away, and the slider starts the battle out 1-0. For Rodriguez, anything in play would be a victory. He has struck out 3 times swinging today, all 3 of them on breaking balls. The game plan very much evident for Austin Peay against Johnny Rodriguez. Time called as they want to reset the pitch clock here. Folk comes in after Drew DeLucia went 2 innings plus. He's responsible for Berrigan off first, but otherwise has not been charged for a run. He's spread out 4 hits. He struck out a pair of Rebels while not walking any on 39 pitches. 29 strikes. He is the pitcher of record as of now. There's a straight fastball, but it's upstairs. Rodriguez hasn't seen too many of those today. 2-0 count in a lefty-on-lefty showdown. Folk making his weekend debut today, pitching for the first time in the season. He lifts and delivers. 2-0 fastball rides in at 88. And the count goes 3-0. Folk's in his second year at Austin Peay. Transferred from Galveston College in Texas, originally from the Phoenix area. 11 relief appearances last year, a 2-0 record, and a 9 ERA in 12 innings of work. Behind 3-0 as he deals from the stretch to Rodriguez. He takes all the way and watches strike 1 at the knees. Cooper Chef on deck, also hitless behind Rodriguez. This middle third of the lineup has struggled today. Rodriguez, Chef, and Hurdle, 5, 6, and 7. No hits. They've reached base once in 9 combined plate appearances. Berrigan off first with 1 down. 3-ball, 1-strike pitch on the way. And it's popped up foul, straight back. 88 on the fastball, about the ceiling in terms of the velo for Cade Folk. Chance Cox charged for all 5 Rebel runs on 3 hits and a couple of walks and 4 1/3. DeLucia, pitcher of record now, 2 scoreless at this point. Counts full at 3-2. Folk set the pitch. Breaking ball, crushed to right center field. Going back is Wisdom. Right fielder can't get it. It splits the outfielders and rolls all the way to the fence. Berrigan's going to score from first. Rodriguez around second. He wants third. The throw from the shortstop. It's not in time. Rodriguez slides in, feet first and safely on an RBI triple. And the Rebels have life in the 7th. First hit of the game for Rodriguez after 3 strikeouts is a 3-bagger. Berrigan broke on contact. He could see that thing was going to clear Wisdom's head in a hurry. The run charged to DeLucia, and his line is now final. 1 earned run on 4 hits over 2 innings. That does not change as far as the pitcher of record. So that's going to be it for Cade Folk. He was brought in to face Rodriguez as a lefty, and he's going to be lifted from the game before Cooper Chef can bat. So righty coming out of the Austin Peay pen. And we'll step aside for a pitching change with the Rebels trailing 11-6 in the bottom of the 7th. Runner on third with 1 out. We'll be right back from the Earl. The third pitcher of the inning used by Austin Peay is Bryce McCain, right-handed pitcher out of Aledo, Texas, wearing number 9. Goes up against Cooper Sheff with 1 out and Johnny Rodriguez on third in the home half of the 7th inning. UNLV cutting the deficit down to a handful. Now 11-6, beg your pardon, after a Johnny Rodriguez triple scored Drew Berrigan. Kate Folk brought in to face Rodriguez and then lifted. As the side-winding righty, McCain gets a swing and a miss from Cooper Sheff, a healthy cut, but he comes up empty. Sheff has popped out to short, grounded to short, and rolled over to third. Was absolutely robbed by Ray Velasquez to lead off the 6th in his last at-bat. Hit a ball deep into the hole. Velasquez backhanded and threw it from across the entirety of the diamond for the out. Sheff takes strike 2 here from Bryce McCain. Transfer from Blinn Junior College by way of Oklahoma State, where he did not play as a redshirt freshman 2 years ago. Last year at Blinn, 12 relief appearances and a 3.1 ERA in 14-plus innings. He's ahead of Sheff 0-2, out of the stretch. This one grounded through the right side of the infield past the first baseman, Conley. Rodriguez scores. It's 11-7 on Cooper Sheff's first hit of the game. So that run charged to Cade Folk. He was brought in to face one batter. Not only did he give up an RBI triple to let an inherited runner score, Rodriguez comes in to score. Folk, one hitter, charged for 1 hit and 1 run. He'll leave with a no decision. You would assume at this point Drew DeLucia still the pitcher of record. And with UNLV continuing to climb back, 2 runs in the 7th, have it 11-7. As Jaden Hurdle, in from the right, takes a strike over the inside at 90. A lot of Texas and Oklahoma flair on this Tennessee-based Austin Peay club. A lot of it Roland Fanning's experience in both of those states. Meanwhile, Hurdle punches one through the right side of the infield on the ground. That's a base hit into right. 90-foot advancement for Cooper Sheff on the 3rd consecutive Rebel hit and the 4th of the inning. Here comes UNLV with the 10th hit of the game. They're now out-hitting Austin Peay despite the fact that they're trailing by 4. Connor Tallickson trying to add on to this chain reaction. Rebels with multiple hits in each of the last 3 innings. And anytime they've scored once today, they've scored multiple runs in any outing. First pitch from McCain to Tallickson. Inside, and it clips over the inner third for a strike. That one nearly got him on the elbow. So let's see if Tallickson and the on-deck man Sanchez can keep up this trend. Neither of them have been set down at all today. 3 hits, 2 hit batters, and a walk between the 2 of them combined. Tallickson twists away from this slider in on the knees. It does miss down and in. And the count even at 1. Hurdle on first. Sheff on second with 2 on and 1 out. 2 runs already across in the home half of the 7th. McCain with a high leg kick, and the side-winding righty gets a foul ball straight back off the bat of Tallickson into the mid of Keaton Cottom. Tallickson was hit by a pitch in the 3rd. Matching singles in the 5th and 6th innings. There is a right-hander up in the Austin Peay bullpen. So we'll see how long McCain is trusted for. 1-2 pitch outside as Tallickson holds up on a check swing. At least the start of a check swing. McCain, the 4th pitcher of the game and the 3rd used in this inning by Austin Peay. So far, 2 runs on 4 hits for the Rebels in the 7th. The 2-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. Fastball by Connor Tallickson at 91. First time he's not reached base today. And with 2 on and 2 down in a 4-run game, it'll be up to Jaden Sanchez to try and continue the offense in the 7th inning. Rebels last night scored in bunches in the game they won. 9-8 in the opener yesterday. They lost 5-3 in the nightcap, scoring single tallies in the 5th, the 6th, and 7th innings. Jaden Sanchez curled up in the back of the right-hand batter's box. Watches the first pitch inside, just off the front elbow. It's one of the things, one of the drawbacks you could say to the protective padding becoming as prevalent as it is guys are not afraid to stick that elbow out there anymore, at least as much. This one off the glove of the catcher, and it goes all the way to the backstop behind Cottom. Sheff moves up to 3rd. Hurdle moves up to 2nd. As that one just plumb hit off the mitt. passed ball moves up both runners up 90 feet and makes the job just that much easier for Jaden Sanchez. Second passed ball of the game. Well, Keaton caught him. Counts 2-0 as well. And the next one on the way is swung on and pummeled into the ground, fouled on the third baseline. Look out, Corey Vanderhook in the third base box. That one almost got him. Nick Rush across the way at first, wearing number 7. Or a foul ball to the instep yesterday. He can report he is in good shape, ready to go. 2-1 fastball in off the ankles, and it's 3 balls and a strike to Sanchez. Off of second, Jaden Hurdle extends the lead with Cooper Sheff off third ahead of him. 3 balls and a strike. Here's the pitch. Swing and a line drive the other way. Coming in is the right fielder, Wisdom. It bounces in front of him. 1 run scores. Here comes Hurdle. The throw to the plate is in time. Tag applied by Cottom, and he is out. 1 run scores on an RBI base hit for Sanchez, but a put out at the plate going 9-2 retires the threat in the bottom of the 7th. UNLV does score 3 runs on 5 hits with no errors and 2 runners stranded on base. We've got 2 innings to go, and the Rebels fighting to make it a close one. It's Austin Peay 11, UNLV 8 after 7 innings complete. Yeah, getting into the late stages here as UNLV taking on Austin Peay trails 11-8. UNLV does get a bit closer with a 3 spot in the bottom of the 7th, and they'll call on Cal Barna out of the bullpen for the 2nd time in as many days. Pitched in the first game of 2 yesterday, and his first pitch from the right side, down and in to the catcher in from the right as well. Keaton caught him. Barna really struggled, no other way to put it, in his outing yesterday. Did not get an out and gave up 4 earned runs on 3 walks and a hit batter. Trying for a better outing in his 2nd than his 1st. He'll miss just inside here to go to 2-0. Going up against Keaton Cottom, who has walked, been hit by a pitch, lined out to right, and struck out so far. Barna was The first pitcher out of the bullpen is part of that 5-run ninth inning. In the first game that ate a comfortable 9-3 lead, a nail-biting 9-8 final. Barna steals his strike, gets on the board, and it's 2-1. There is Pridgeon on deck. Trevor Conley in the hole. 7, 8, 9 to lead off. And Barna's pitch outside. Breaking ball makes it 3-1. Barna started off the ninth inning. He walked Taylor, Pridgeon, and Proctor back to back to back before leaving in the middle of the at-bat against Velasquez. Out of the full line, the righties, 3-1 pitch. Called for strike 2. Now, he left in the middle of the Velasquez at bat. Colton Sunloff came in and eventually issued ball 4. The walk was charged to Barna, so 3 walks, 4 runs earned. In his second appearance, the 3-2 pitch pounded to the right side, picked up on a big hop by Rodriguez. He'll underhand it to the pitcher, Barna covering. PFP, pitcher fielding practice to perfection. And Rodriguez made that play look easy on the short hop sidecar right. It is anything but. His defense has been as advertised so far. As Rodriguez, it's the infield assist. Barna gets the putout. So that's the first out that Barna has recorded as a Rebel. Gives him an ERA, not a good one, with less than an inning of work and 4 earned runs allowed, but an ERA nonetheless. You got to get an out to have an ERA. Pridgeon squares to bunt, and he'll pull it back on a pitch that nearly hits him. Breaking ball at 81, high and tight. Pridgeon is grounded out to short. Technically, it was an interference call on a ground ball to first. Since then, he's singled twice and doubled, driving in 4 and scoring once more. Doesn't square to bunt here. Instead, takes a fastball that splits the wicket to the catcher, Talixon. Rolls all the way to the fence behind home plate. Austin Peay on top, 11-8. Rebels out hitting the Governors, 11-9. Austin Peay named for former Tennessee Governor by the same name. Pridgeon gets away from this one, and it's 3-0. Barna struggling to throw strikes. That ground ball off the bat of Keaton Cottom was the first ball in play against him in limited sample size. Pridgeon squares to bunt on 3-0. And takes that letter-high fastball for strike 1. You see that a lot at the lower levels of Little League. A guy squares on 3-0, you pull it back late. It's supposed to be a distraction tactic. By the time it gets to this level, it really doesn't matter. This fastball in on the chest, and it's ball 4. Barna issues his 5th walk in a third of an inning of work. Barna, whose dad played at UNLV back in the day, along with Oklahoma State, has a runner on with 1 down for Trevor Conley in an 11-8 game. Now, a 3-run game makes it a bit easier for UNLV in terms of piecing together a potential comeback, but Barna needs to find a way to get out of this inning, limiting further damage. Anything 4 runs or less, you conceivably could change the game. With 1 swing, just 8 outs or 6 outs left to give. Out of the stretch, Barna's first pitch is off the glove of the catcher all the way to the backstop. A wild pitch moves Pridgeon into scoring position at second base. So if Barna is going to get out of this inning, he's going to have to do it without the benefit of a traditional double play ball. There's action in the Governor's bullpen. See some movement and a lefty up and throwing for UNLV. 1-0 the count to Conley. As he squares to bunt, pulls it back on that breaking ball, whipping down the middle for a strike. 1-1 the count to the number 9 hitter. A line out, a strikeout and a walk, along with the fielder's choice, a stolen base, and an RBI. Busy day for the first baseman Conley, who still doesn't have a hit on the year. Runner fakes a break to third. Pridgeon slams on the brakes as that slider stays up. Conley takes it for ball 2. 2 balls and 1 strike. With 1 out and runner in scoring position here in the 8th inning. Outfield deep with no wind to speak of on a Sunday afternoon. And the runner with a big secondary lead watches a slider in for a strike. Conley had squared a bunt again, but pulled it back, had no inclination to swing there. Now with 2 strikes, it changes things. Second baseman Rosales with both feet on the outfield grass. Sheff at short, shaded up the middle in the back pocket of Pridgeon. Barna set. The 2-2 on the way. After a throw to second that's late. Diving back in there head first and safely is Pridgeon. Sheff telegraphed that one behind him. So cat and mouse game in a 3-run contest. Eighth inning will tend to do that. Conley backing from the left. Barnes is set from the right. The 2-2 on the way. And it's up and outside. Another slider at 80 moves the count full. Barna with a 2-pitch mix. Fastball, slider, all he throws. But his coaching staff loves that slurvy, high RPM breaking ball. Let's see what he throws here on 3-2. The payoff pitch. Slider called. Strike 3. He whipped that thing over the outside, in through the back door without a key. And Conley down on strikes for the second time today. Barna's first strikeout as a Rebel. Puts out number 2 on the board in the 8th. After a 1-out walk, Pridgeon advanced to second on a wild pitch. There he stands with 2 outs. And Kyler Proctor settling in for his 6th at-bat of the day. 1 for 5 with a triple. He's also been hit by a pitch with the bases loaded. Almost hit by this one as the slider stays inside. Righty on righty showdown goes 1-0. Proctor started his day out 0 for 3. Struck out twice and flied out once to left. He's ahead here 1-0 as Barnes sets and deals. There goes the runner to third. The pitch high and outside. Talixon's throw not nearly in time. Pridgeon stole that one despite the fact that they were paying such a close eye on him earlier in that at bat. The second they blinked, looked away, didn't cover him as tightly. He broke and stole that one with relative ease. With 2 outs, you almost let him have that advancement. Barney needs to go right after Proctor here. Out of the stretch. Here's the 2-0. Good block by Talixon on a breaking ball. Went by and hit the feet of Proctor after the skip. 3 balls and no strikes. With Ray Velasquez in the on-deck circle. Top of the 8th inning. 11-8 Austin Peay in the final game of 4 on opening weekend. Barna trying to steal a strike. Here's the 3-0. Right down the chute. Called for a strike at 94. A little bit of run on it. If he can locate that pitch consistently, that's a weapon against righties. You run that thing in on the hands over and over again, and then spin that slurvy slider off the outside. That could be devastating. Barna throws it almost to the backstop for ball 4. Talixon has to dive off to his right to keep it in front. 6th walk for Barna in 2/3 of an inning this year. And it will set up a forced play up the middle, but that's probably the only positive of that free pass. Runners in the corners, 2 down for Ray Velasquez. See some looks and conversations back and forth on the near side of the home dugout, but for the time being, looks like Stan Stolte going to stay down there, and he will. So this is Barna's jam to get himself out of. No runs yet in the 8th inning, but the Governor's threatening. 2 on, 2 down. 11-8 the lead. And it's Ray Velasquez, who's 2 for 5, due up next. Infield playing the righty to pull a step or 2. Especially Rosales moving up the middle at second. First pitch inside, nearly gets him on the chest for ball 1. Burns in right field shaded way away from the corner. As Talixon calls time, it'll head out to the mound. This one to buy time for right-hander getting loose in the bullpen for UNLV. For Austin Peay, the scoring has been consistent throughout the game. Run in the 1st, run in the 3rd, 2 in the 4th and the 5th. And the big-time 5 spot in the 6th inning has been the big difference. No runs in the 7th. Side retired in just 4 batters by Gavin Bowen. Now here in the 8th, Cal Barna has recorded his first 2 outs in the red and yellow, or the scarlet and gray, I should say. But he has issued a couple more walks, 6 walks already. And he's faced off against 8 batters on the young season. Counted 1-0 as Velasquez taps back in from the right. Barna set at the belt on the way with the 1-0 pitch. Breaking ball over the outer half, called for a strike. Talixon with a very deliberate throwback to the mound. He popped up in front of the plate, was taking a look at Paris Pridgeon off third. Pridgeon, an aggressive base runner. Not quite the same case for Proctor off the bag at first. Short lead held on by Rodriguez. 1-1 slider. Golfed in the air to right center field. Underneath it is Jaden Sanchez. Center fielder looks up, reaches up, and makes the catch for out number 3. Barna walks 2, but strands them both. Nothing going for the Governors in the top of the 8th. Time running out for the Rebels. Top of their lineup to lead off in the bottom of the 8th through 7.5. It's Austin Peay 11, UNLV 8. Austin Peay leads UNLV 11-8 after 7.5 innings. On to the bottom of the 8th we go is Colin Carney, the long and lanky right-hander out of Kingwood, Texas. Set to toe the slab against the top of the Rebel lineup. Jack Salmon, Marcos Rosales, and Drew Berrigan. Trailing by 3, the Rebels will send hitters number 1, 2, and 3 against the new righty. Carney with the pants pulled about halfway up. It's a swing and a miss from Salmon. Pulled the string on a changeup right off the bat. Carney out of Kingwood, Texas, comes to Austin Peay by way of McLennan Community College, where he played his true freshman year. A sophomore, ready to go against Salmon. Fouled straight down for strike 2, and Salmon quickly in the hole. Swimming upstream with an 0-2 count. He has struck out 3 times. He's grounded out to first the other time. He starts the 5th time through the lineup behind 0-2. Carney takes the side from the catcher, Cottom. He delivers. And the 0-2 outside. Last year for Carney, 5 appearances in his true freshman year, 1 start for McLennan JUCO. 0-1 record, 6.14 ERA. Infield shifting to the right as Salmon takes that pitch outside, 2-2. Played at Porter High School in Kingwood, Texas, just north of Houston. Got the count even at 2 as Salmon stares him down. The next offering, slap the other way over the head of the third baseman Velasquez and into left center field. Taylor into the gap to cut it off, limiting Salmon to a leadoff base hit. First time that Salmon has reached today. He is a stolen base threat, but down by 3 in a team that doesn't run a ton anyway, you would assume Stan Stolte's not going to be overly aggressive. But you never know here in the early stages of a season. Salmon records the 12th hit of the game for UNLV. A new season high in hits for the Scarlet and Gray. And it sets up Marcos Rosales from the right. He's doubled, walked, and grounded out twice tonight. Check swing foul. Straight back off the knob of the bat. Rosales started to go around on that front door breaking pitch, but thought better of it. It's a strike nonetheless. Rosales walked and stole second in the first. The only steal on the roster so far other than Salmon. Doubled home Talixon in the 3rd before grounding out to 3rd and short in the 5th and 6th, respectively. He swings here and puts a charge into this one the other way. Deep in the air to right field. Wisdom looking up. It's off the base of the wall. Rounding second, heading to third is Salmon. He gets the stop sign at third base as Rosales settles in at second behind him. His second double of the game brings up Drew Berrigan as the tying run with no outs in the bottom of the eighth. Other ballparks, that's gone. 375 to the power alley in right center field with those high 15-foot fences all the way around here at the Earl. Kept that one in the yard, but Rosales smoked it. No other way to put it. And his fourth hit of the year is his fourth for extra bases. A home run and 3 doubles sets up Berrigan with 2 runners in scoring position. Corner infielders in, middle infield back against the right-hand hitting third baseman. Watching all the way, he takes a first pitch strike, elevated but in the zone from Colin Carney. Carney becomes the 5th pitcher of the game, enters in after Bryce McCain gets credit for 2/3 of an inning. Charged for 1 run on 3 hits with 1 strikeout. 15 pitches, 10 strikes for McCain, who's going to earn a no decision. This one swung on, grounded up the middle and through. That'll score both runs. Rather, just the one. The throw to the plate, Berrigan on his way to second. The throw on a bounce, and he's safe. Austin Peay immediately wants to challenge at second. And because it was so hard hit, Rosales did not have a chance to round third and come in to score. It's an RBI base hit for Berrigan. He advanced to second on the throw, but hold the phone. The umpires are going to go to the monitor. I guess you can't really say that anymore. They're going to go to the cell phone, potentially. That's a new change for this year, and they will. So it'll be Jeff Henricks, the crew chief, who's the first base umpire, and Brooks O'Hearn, the second base umpire, who made the call to go down the first base side. And again, not a monitor this year. They've got a centrally located replay review spot. They basically call in. You know, the old-fashioned game of telephone is very real here now. Call your friend. What'd you see? We had a trio, at least of these, 3 or 4 yesterday in the 2 ends of the doubleheader, and there was one that was very long that resulted in no change. You know, you want to get it right, personal opinion, but I think there's a merit to being expeditious and getting the call right on the field right away. That's where we are right now. Again, they're challenging the call of safe at second. If it stands, Berrigan is the tying run in scoring position for Nin Burns. Regardless, Burns is going to represent the tying run at the worst. So the call stands and he's safe. He'll be the go-ahead run with the score now 11-9. Outside of the 6th and the 4th, the Rebels have scored in every inning but the 3rd. When they've scored once, they've scored multiple runs every single time. So they're still looking at it. In the replay review room, the umpires, 2 of them at least, down the first base side and foul ground. Austin Peay's infield on the left side of the infield, just waiting. And for now, Berrigan's still on second base. He was called safe, so why wouldn't he be? Then Burns and Johnny Rodriguez just kind of talking back and forth in the on-deck circle. They want to know what's going on as well. It could change the approach. Although for Burns, regardless, you're going to have a runner on third and less than 2 outs. You are just looking to drive something deep and score a run, especially with the opportunistic offense for the Rebels. This is a long review. I don't know in a situation like this whether that bodes well or it bodes badly for UNLV and the call of safe on the field, helping them out. Marcos Rosales is going to be on third regardless. With no outs, don't hate the decision by Corey Vanderhook, the third base coach, to hold him. Typically, you'll see managers a little more conservative with no outs than there would be with 2 outs per se. 2 outs, you want to be a little aggressive, push the issue. But with nobody out and the Rebels dipping into the Austin Peay bullpen, the common assumption, and more often than not it's right, is that you're going to continue to put balls in play. There, at least in your mind, is likely another opportunity for that run to score with nobody out. Again, an extended review and then some here. As Berrigan Hands on the hip, standing on second base, doing what we're doing. A whole lot of waiting. That's the crew chief, Jeff Hendricks, still on the phone, and now his layoff has been so long that Colin Carney on the mound is afforded the opportunity to have a couple of warm-up tosses. All right, here we go. The phone call has ended, and here's the result. After all that, much ado about nothing as the call stands. They made the call on the field correctly the first time. Austin Peay with one challenge remaining. And after all that, it looks like that's going to do it for Colin Carney. Here's Kimball, comes out of the third base dugout, looking down the line, and he'll make the point to the pen. And Nin Burns will face a new arm representing the go-ahead run. Rebels storming back. It's 11-9. Don't go far if you go anywhere. 2 on, no out. Berrigan on second. The tying run. Burns to the plate is the potential go-ahead run in the bottom of the 8th inning. 11-9. Austin Peay on top of UNLV, back after the pitching change next. Jackson Hohensie out of the Austin Peay bullpen to face off against Nin Burns in the bottom of the 8th. No pressure at all. If you're the 6'2" redshirt senior out of Anthem, Arizona, you're just facing off against the go-ahead run in an 11-9 game with Marcos Rosales on third and Drew Berrigan on second. After an RBI base hit, scored Jack Salmon and bounced Colin Carney from the game. Corner infield is drawn in as number 99 Hohensie's first pitch in there for a strike. And Nin Burns falls behind 0-1. Nin today has singled home a pair of runs. Otherwise, he's flied out once and grounded out twice. Takes again and watches a slider for a strike from Hohensie. Hohensee, the spelling of the last name. Our throwing righty, a fifth-year player out of Arizona Christian, where he played his previous 4 years. That one's way high at 94, and the our throwing righty has the count at 1-2. 13 saves a year ago for Arizona Christian, set a program record at the Division II level. 26 appearances, 1-3 record. Burns hits a ground ball up the middle. Diving to the backhand side is the second baseman, Proctor. He snares it, and the throw to first is in time. During the process, Rosales scores to make it 11-10. Drew Berrigan advances up to the third base, 90 feet away from tying it. An advancing ground out, strives in a run for Burns. His third ribby of the game is his fourth of the year. And here come the Rebels with that run charged to Colin Carney. He's also responsible for the tying run, Berrigan. And Hohensie tries to keep him on third. 1 out, tying run on third base for Johnny Rodriguez with the infield drawn in all the way around against him. First pitch, high from the right-hander, Hohensie. Rodriguez struck out in his first 3 at-bats, then blasted a triple to right center, driving in a run in the 7th in his last time up. He'll take that breaking ball from Hohensie, and the count goes even. Berrigan with an RBI base hit to left center field. Off of third base now. 1-1, high on a breaking ball. 77 on the gun from Hohensie. Chance Cox, the starter, went 4 1/3 innings. As of now, Drew DeLucia, the pitcher of record, went 2. Cade Folk did not record an out. Bryce McCain recorded 2. Colin Carney didn't record an out either here in the 8th inning. Out of the stretch, the 2-1 on the way. And it's high and outside to Rodriguez. 3-1 with Cooper Sheff. A challenge awaiting on deck. So far, Carney responsible for the 2 runs that have scored in the inning. Berrigan would be his responsibility if he came in. 3-1 to Rodriguez. Here's the pitch from Jackson Hohensie. Swing and a miss. Oh, a healthy hack on an elevated fastball. Rodriguez with nothing to show for it. He took a colossal swat at that one. Now with the count full at 3-2 and first base open. See what Hohensie decides to do here. The righty out of Arizona set on the first base side. Here's the payoff delivery. And it's popped up foul. Straight back. On an abnormally cloudy but pleasant Sunday afternoon, we've got a great game on our hands. 11-10 Austin Peay in the bottom of the 8th inning. Rebels trail by 1 with hearts pounding everywhere. With 2 strikes, they're going to flip the third infielder on the right side. Velasquez all by himself on the left. Another 3-2 inside, and it hits him. A couple of words for Johnny Rodriguez to Hohensie. He starts walking down to first base. This is getting testy. The first baseman Conley gets in his way. That's another hit batter. Here come both head coaches to try to keep cooler heads prevailing. I mean, there have been a bunch of hit batters today. That's the 4th time that an Austin Peay pitcher has hit a Rebel batter. And UNLV has also hit 4 Governors. Roland Fanning must have seen something bubbling because the manager of the Austin Peay club popped up out of the third base dugout as soon as he saw Rodriguez take a step to the mound. And on 3-2 with the go-ahead run in the box, you're not going to intentionally hit him. So there's not any purpose with the hit by pitch there, but the umpires are going to get together regardless and talk about it. I mean, game context does matter. You understand there's been a lot of hit batters, but you also understand what's at stake here. The game is very much on the line here in the 8th inning. And now Roland Fanning asking if he can get his team together for a huddle on the field, asking if that's within the borders of legality in a situation like this. So the umpires meeting between the mound and first base, discussing what the ramifications are, if any, for that little Donnybrook vocal fracas, whatever you want to call it. Not quite a dust-up. Didn't cross that line. No Donnybrook yet here on a Sunday. So they're going to warn both sides here. Yeah, I think that's fair. In a game where both sides have been hit 4 times. Emotions running high here in the late stages. And now Jeff Hendricks goes over to the mound and says something to Jackson Hohensie. It's a cordial back and forth. They're smiling. You would imagine Hohensie saying, yeah, I meant to put the tying run on by hitting him on a 3-2 pitch. 40 chess, as the kids say. So here we go. Cooper Sheff batting with 1 out and the tying run on third. And Rodriguez, who represents the go-ahead run in the bottom of the 8th, on first. Cooper Sheff with an RBI opportunity at the worst. Rebels have only led once when it was 3-2 in the third. First pitch from Hohensie to Sheff. Low on a slider, and it's ball 1. Cooper Sheff today, a ground out to short, a pop out to short, and a line drive to third. He's also singled and scored. That was back in the 3-run 7th. 1-0. Here's the pitch. Called strike, scooped up on the outside by Keaton Cottom, the catcher. Sheff disagrees, but it's strike 1. Sheff, who does stand close to the plate, has long arms and legs. He can cover that outside edge. Good discerning batting eye as well for the redshirt sophomore. Fastball down the chute, in there for a called strike 2. That's a strike no matter what level you're playing at. 1-2 to Chef with runners on the corners and 1 down here in the bottom of the 8th. 11-10 the lead. Austin Peay right-hander Jackson O.N.C. misses outside badly. Outstanding effort by Keaton Cottom today behind the dish. He had to slide to the right on his knees to keep that one from trickling to the backstop. That runner on third, very much of consequence for Ho-Hensey. It's an inherited runner, the responsibility of Carney. Schaff swings and gets a piece of a 2-2 fastball to stay alive. 93 over the outside. He just got it off the end. The Basic Academy grad Cooper Chef trying to get his hometown team tied at the worst. Another 2-2 pitch. Way upstairs, and the count goes full. Second straight batter that Ho-Hensey has seen the count go 3-2 against. The option here for Corey Vanderhook in the third base box. Do you get Rodriguez in motion off first with the pitch? Different schools of thought. That's the go-ahead run. Got to be very careful with him. Here we go, the 3-2. No movement from the runner. Chef lines one to left. That's down for a base hit, and we are tied at 11. Ice in his veins. Captain Clutch. Cooper Chef ties it on his second consecutive hit. How about this weekend from the Hustlin' Rebels? No quit in this team. That run charged to Carney. He gives up 3 hits. All 3 of them score. And Ho-Hensey, after getting a leadoff ground out against Nin Burns to score a run, hits Rodriguez, and Chef drives in the tying run. 2 on, 1 down. Here's Jaden Hurdle with the chance to give the Rebels their second lead. First pitch swinging. He comes up empty on a mighty hack. He was trying to do damage back-to-back with Chef. It was just underneath that one, up by the eyes. 0-1 to the right-hand batting designated hitter. Fouled straight back for strike 2 on another high fastball. So the mental game very much comes into play here. If you're Ho-Hensey, hurdle late on 2 fastballs elevated. Would not be surprised to see this next one even higher than the previous 2. On the same page with his catcher. Right-hander set, and the 0-2 to Hurdle. That's a high fastball called for strike 3. Hurdle shakes his head as he walks back to the first base dugout after out number 2. Second strikeout of the day for the Fresno native. Rodriguez on second, Chef on first. As Connor Tallickson spot due up. And we'll get a pitch hitter here. Here's the announcement.
For UNLV, number 44, Gavin Taylor.
So Gavin Taylor is going to have a critical pinch hit opportunity here. Connor Tallickson, even though his day is done, had an outstanding afternoon at the plate. 2 for 3 with a couple of singles and a strikeout. He was also hit by a pitch and scored twice. So now it'll be up to Gavin Taylor to try to give the Rebels a lead. Thanks to 3 in the 7th and 3 in the 8th so far, UNLV's tied it at 11. Austin Peay has not scored since a 5-run 6th inning. And before the at-bat begins, Kears Kimball, the pitching coach, out from the third base dugout. Is he going to go to the pen again? He's yet to make a move. Looks down the left field line now. And well, there is a right-hander up and throwing. We'll see if he goes to him here. As he gets to the mound, starts to kick some dirt around, and he's meeting with everybody, potentially to buy some time for the right-hander. Also, scouting report, very likely in the discussion for Gavin Taylor. Well, he's 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts this year so far. He's had very, very limited opportunities. In fact, the only game he played was game 1 yesterday, catching and batting 8th. He was hit by a pitch and scored as part of a 2-run 8th. That 2-run 8th ended up being the difference in a 9-8 win. So Taylor pinch hitting for Tallickson. Can go ahead and slot him into the catcher's position defensively as well when the Rebels take the field in the ninth. Only question is the game going to be tied, or will UNLV be playing for 3 outs and a win? If so, Taylor in from the right against Jackson Hohensie. Runners on first and second, 2 down. First pitch from Hohensie. Over the outside, barely called for a strike. That one nicked the edge, and some of the fans right behind home plate here seem to disagree with that call. Of course, they're wearing UNLV gear, so you wouldn't expect anything less. That one definitely outside, and the count even. Gavin Taylor out of Tarzana, California, the Birmingham High School graduate, 6'2", 205. Go-ahead run. Johnny Rodriguez off second base. Chef behind him after a game-tying single. Swing and a miss by Taylor for strike 2. That high fastball tantalizing out of the hand of Jackson Hohensie. Only problem is that he's faded it underneath a ton of bats so far in his inning of work. He comes set with the game in the balance. The 1-2 out of the stretch. High and a bit outside as well. Deuce is wild in the bottom of the 8th inning. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 on and 2 down with the score tied at 11. Nothing settled yet between these two sides in the final game of 4. Hohensie to the plate. 2-2 fastball, high and outside, makes it full at 3-2. Jaden Sanchez on deck. Both runners will be off at the pitch. Bottom of the 8th, tie game. Full count, 2 down. Hohensie set. There go the runners. The 3-2 payoff delivery. Popped up straight back. The catcher caught him, loses the mask. Works towards the backstop, and he drops it. It lands harmlessly on the grass. And Gavin Taylor lives to see another pitch by the skin of his teeth. Mentioned it in the early stages that it's going to be a tough sky, and any pop-up behind home plate is going to be a really, really tough play, more so than it already is. Depending on what Taylor's able to do here, that might be the difference in this contest. They say baseball's a game of inches. It might be less than that. The wind picking up and blowing to left center. Both runners back at their respective bags. Rodriguez off second. Chef off first. There go the runners. Pitch is high. Ball 4. A pinch hit walk for Gavin Taylor. Loads them up for Jaden Sanchez, who's 2 for 2 with a couple of walks today. Oh, boy, this one getting intense late. Will Austin Peay go to the pen? It does not look like they will against the number 9 hitter, Jaden Sanchez. This is a challenge by the coaching staff to Jackson Hohensie. See what you can do to get yourself out of a jam. He's already allowed 2 inherited runners to score and tie the game at 11. Sanchez, open stance from the right, curled up in the back of the box. Takes high on a first pitch fastball from Hohensie. Really the first time in the inning the Rebels have been able to lay off that elevated heater. Sanchez with base hits in each of his last 2 at-bats. Nowhere to put him here with the bases loaded. Watching all the way, he takes a strike. No inclination to swing there. Tells you he had a defined approach going into this at-bat. He was going to make Hohensie throw at least a strike. Right-hander comes set. Here's the 1-1. Slider snapping in over the outer edge at 81 for a called strike. Beautifully placed breaking ball. 1-2 to Sanchez. If he reaches, Jack Salmon, who led off the inning, would be due up next. 1-2 the count. Hohensie to the plate. Sanchez checks his swing on a pitch high on the appeal. Yes, he did. The Rebels tie it with 3 runs on 4 hits. There were no errors in the inning, and they strand the bases loaded on a strikeout by Sanchez. We go to the 9th, all tied at 11 between UNLV and Austin Peay.
Lady Rebel fans, be sure to head over to the Pavilion on Saturday, February 21st, when the Lady Rebels take on the Nevada Wolfpack. A 2 p.m. tip-off. Go to UNLVtickets.com to get your tickets today.
Well, if you want excitement on a Sunday afternoon, you've got it here with UNLV baseball. The Hustlin' Rebels at one point trailed 11-5 after a 5-run sixth inning from the Austin Peay Governors. Well, they scored 3 in the 7th, 3 more in the 8th to tie it, and after stranding the bases loaded, the Rebels give way to Jacob Gomberg, the lefty, ready to go against the left-hand batting right fielder Ty Wisdom in the top of the 9th inning. Wisdom, first pitch swinging, rockets one foul the other direction over the heads of his relief corps down the left field line. 93 on the fastball from Gomberg, who's pitching for the second time in as many days. Came in and earned a save, facing one batter in the opening game yesterday. He struck out Zion Taylor to wrap up a 9-8 win on 3 pitches. He was a dominant at bat in his debut on the season. Here's the 0-1 to Wisdom after a long foul ball. The former Florida Gator fades one down and away. Gomberg comes in after Cal Barna, who went an inning scoreless. No runs, no hits, 1 walk and a strikeout. Stranded 2 runners on, both walks. Barna, 25 pitches, 10 strikes, and with the score tied, he'll leave with a no decision. Gomberg's 1-1 over the top release, and he stays upstairs for ball 2. Since the starter Felix Ong went 4 1/3, no Rebel has gone longer than an inning in the 3rd. For Gomberg, he hopes he's only needed for 3 outs. That would mean a walk-off winner in the bottom of the inning. 2 balls and a strike as the lefty deals from the stretch. That fastball high and in moves the count 3-1 to Wisdom. He's walked, he's been hit by a pitch. He's grounded out to second twice, and he's struck out. Both teams warned after Johnny Rodriguez was hit by a pitch on a 3-2 delivery in the bottom of the 8th inning. Gomberg's 3-1 pitch in the dirt, ball 4. So there's the go-ahead run on first base to lead off the 9th. Certainly not a 100% mathematically factual statement, but I remember I had a coach that I definitely trusted and respected. They used to tell us the old adage that a leadoff walk's going to score 80% of the time. I don't know if it's that high, but it does feel like that sometimes. DJ Merriweather is going to pinch run at first. Merriweather pinch running in Ty Wisdom's number 3 spot. That's a utility player. Listed as a left-handed pitcher / utility. But Merriweather pinch running at first for Wisdom, whose night is done. That's the go-ahead run for Big Tex Cole Johnson, the right-hand batting designated hitter. He'll take a first pitch fastball up and away from Gomberg, who again in his limited action faced one batter yesterday was absolutely phenomenal. Could not be any more efficient than he was to Zion Taylor, striking him out on 3 pitches. So it's Merriweather off first, and Johnson, who has 1 hit and 3 official at-bats, staring him down on a 1-0. Gomberg to the plate. Curveball snapped off at the top of the zone at 83 for a strike. Gomberg pitching back-to-back days after spending 2 years at Florida. 4 appearances for the Gators overall. Pitched some high leverage innings, though, last year in his limited action. He gets a swing and a foul ball laced down the right field line and out of play. 1 ball and 1 strike. 2 strikes, beg your pardon. 1 and 2 the count to Johnson. Johnson today has walked twice, tripled home a run, and grounded out to short on 2 separate occasions. Merriweather off first, the go-ahead run in an 11-11 tie, top of the 9th inning. Gomberg set, the lefties 1-2 pitch. In the dirt, it gets by the catcher. All the way to the backstop is Gavin Taylor, who was put in as a pinch hitter. Had to go back to race that one. Or race back, I should say, to get that one. And it's a passed ball, moving Merriweather from first to second. Especially with nobody out. That's very big on the 90-foot advancement. Johnson with nobody out has a 2-2 count against him. And Andres Matias on deck. Gomberg on the same side as his catcher Taylor. The lefty sets, the lefty delivers on 2-2. Fouled straight down by Johnson. Johnson poised for a big sophomore year. I mean, he's big. They call him Big Tex. He's the reigning A-Sun freshman of the year. Made a splash right off the bat in his first year in Clarksville. Gomberg back on the mound. See if he goes back to the slider here on 2-2. A long set. He kicks and fires. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Johnson set down on strikes for the first out of the ninth. Huge strikeout there for Gomberg. His second as a Rebel brings up Andres Matias with a runner on second and 1 out. Matias has reached base in 4 of his 5 plate appearances so far today. Reached on a fielder's choice in the first. 6-3 ground out to end the third. Since then, he's walked, been hit by a pitch, and a base hit in the 7th against Bowen. Hitting here with the go-ahead run in Merriweather off second. Swung on, ground ball up the middle. That's through into center field. Merriweather racing around third. The throw from the center fielder Sanchez is cut off, and Austin Peay back out on top, 12-11 on a go-ahead RBI base hit from the shortstop, Andres Matias. As clutch as it gets in the early stages for Matias. And he's an insurance run on first for Zion Taylor. So the rematch after Gomberg struck him out on 3 pitches yesterday. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night there. 1 out, 1 on. Third baseman Berrigan creeping in front of the bag just in case. Taylor swings and comes up empty on strike 1. So in the 2 at-bats in the last 2 games. I should say 2 days, 3 games. 4 pitches from Gomberg to Taylor, 4 strikes. Not a bad ratio, if I do say so myself. Gomberg, the lefty, out of Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida, comes set. Glances at first, turns to the plate, and delivers. Slider stays inside. Gomberg, yesterday, a good debut on a somber occasion. It was 7 years ago to the day yesterday, the tragic shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland. Same high school that Anthony Rizzo went to. And Gomberg in middle school when the tragedy occurred, but affected the entire community. Really, really solid athletic program, and especially the baseball team. And Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, one of the best in one of the best sports, let alone baseball states in Florida. Florida, Texas, California, the big 3. 2 balls and a strike to Taylor. And Gomberg deals. Swing and a high fly out of play down the left field line. 2-2 the count. 12-11 the lead for the Austin Peay Governors. 12 runs on 10 hits with a walk, or with an error, I should say. Definitely more than 1 walk. 11 runs, 15 hits, and 2 errors for UNLV, both on errant pickoff throws to second. Gomberg takes the side from Taylor. He brings the hands together at the belly and delivers on 2-2. A swing and a pop-up. Left field and shallow. Coming in is Jack Salmon. As he settles underneath, he'll make the catch. No tag at first from Matias as he heads back. Fly out by Taylor as one left fielder pops out to another. And that leadoff walk has come around to score. Funny how that more often than not ends up being the case in the late stages. Matias on first with 2 down. Keaton Cottom trying to add on to a 12-11 Governors lead. Cottom batting 8th. Hit by pitch, walked, 0 for 3 otherwise. First pitch swinging. He'll hit a foul ball down the right field side. That'll clear the seats for strike 1. Felix Ong charged for 6 runs on 6 walks and 5 hits over 4 1/3 in a start. LJ Manning charged for 3 in an inning and a third. 2 runs over a matching inning and a third for Gavin Bowen. A scoreless 8th spun up by Cal Barna, and so far Gomberg, pitcher of record after giving up a run on a hit and a walk in the 9th. 0-1 to Cottom. High and a bit outside as well for Taylor. Cottom walked in the 2nd, lined out sharply to right in the 4th. Struck out in the 5th against LJ Manning. LJ then hit him in the 6th next time up. For a ground out. Began the 8th inning, a tapper to first. Gomberg's got a new ball. He'll take the sign on 1-1 and come set. Matias with a short lead off first, held on by Rodriguez. He's not letting him get too far off the bag there. There's a swing and a pop-up to deep right center field. Burns back, right fielder in front of the track, makes the call, makes the catch on the run. But Austin Peay able to get back in the lead. They score a run on a hit with no errors and 1 man left. The Rebels need 1 to tie, 2 to walk it off and win. We'll see what they can do when we come back with the bottom of the ninth through 8.5. It's Austin Peay 12, UNLV 11. Here we go. It all comes down to this. In the bottom of the ninth inning, UNLV trails Austin Peay 12-11. The Governors, if they can hold on, trying for a series split in the 4-gamer to open up the campaign. If UNLV can find a way to walk it off and win it, not only would it be exciting, it would take 3 out of 4 to start the season here in 2026. Number 88, Jet, with 2 T's, Hope, takes over on the mound for the visiting Governors. He'll face off against the leadoff man, Jack Salmon. He stands in there from the left side. Watching all the way, he takes a first pitch fastball right down Broadway for a called strike, or breaking pitch rather, at 76. Hope at 6'2", 207. Good-sized right-hander out of Bixby, Oklahoma. The Oklahoma State transfer works out of the stretch with the bases empty. Over the top delivery, and he spins a breaking ball high to even up the count to Salmon. Salmon has struck out 3 times, singled once, grounded out to first sharply back in the 3rd inning as well. Infield playing him deep into pull as he swings over top of a breaking ball for strike 2. Hope becomes the 7th different pitcher used by Austin Peay in 9 innings. Chance Cox and Drew DeLucia went 6 1/3 innings between the two of them. As Salmon hits a chopper, first base side and foul. First bounce was fair, second bounce right in front of the bag went foul. Called by Jeff Hendricks, the crew chief. Cade Folk, who came in after DeLucia, didn't record an out. Bryce McCain got the final 3 outs of that inning. Colin Carney charged for 3 runs on 3 hits. No outs recorded on 9 pitches. Jackson Hensey able to slow things down with the scoreless finish to the 8th inning. Rebels with 3 runs in the 7th, 3 runs in the 8th. They only need 2 in the 9th to win it. 1-2 breaking ball, cut on and missed for strike 3. That's a way to start a save situation if you're Jet Hope, with a swinging strikeout of the leadoff hitter. Still a lot of unanswered questions for Jet Hope. Pitched twice on the mound last year for Oklahoma State in his freshman year, and that was it. Championship player in the state of Oklahoma in high school as a 2-way guy. 1 out, base is empty in the 9th. Marcos Rosales, the game's tying run, takes a breaking ball low. So far from Hope, we've seen 2 speeds, slow and slower. Slider and a breaking ball. Really the only 2 that he's fired in there. On 1-0, next one on the way is the slider. It's hit in the air, high and deep to left field. Taylor's back, left fielder at the track. It's gone! It's gone! We are tied at 12! Second home run in as many games for Marcos Rosales. The Cardiac Rebels Not going away quietly. Oh, what a blast for Rosales. Could not come at a better time. Nothing had left the park for either side until the bottom of the ninth inning. A one-out, game-tying solo home run have the Rebels on the verge of a thrilling come-from-behind win. Game's winning run, Drew Berrigan stands in next against Jet Hope. Watching all the way, he takes the first pitch fastball elevated and high for ball one. What a swing, and what a game for Rosales. Third extra base hit in 5 at-bats. Berrigan comes up empty on a hearty hack for strike one. That home run gets Gomberg off the hook as of now as the pitcher of record, with the score tied at 12 in the ninth inning. 1-1 fastball down and away. And Berrigan, who has 3 hits in his own right, is ahead. 2-1 pitch, here it is. Swing and a miss as Berrigan tried to golf that one off the shoe tops. Instead, the count goes even at a pair. Nothing separating these two. It's been back and forth the entirety of the game. Jet Hope set on the mound. Here's his 2-2 to Berrigan. In the dirt, a slider taken for ball 3. Berrigan has not been retired since striking out in the first. Singled home a pair of runs in the third. Hit by a pitch in the 5th. Base hits and runs scored in the 7th and 8th innings. Hope's 3-2 payoff pitch on the way is swung on and popped up straight back. That'll leave the playing surface and extend the at-bat. UNLV with 2 in the 5th. Nothing in the 6th, but then 3 in the 7th, 3 in the 8th, and the one so far in the 9th on the Rosales game-tying solo shot. Another 3-2 pitch on the way, and it's in there, called for strike 3. 75 miles an hour on the big tumbling breaking ball for out number 2. Berrigan knew it right away, one of those ones where you recognize, but you can't react in time. Just a good pitch overall by Jet Hope. With the score tied at 12, bases empty and 2 down in the bottom of the 9th inning for Nin Burns. Chance to play hero with 1 swing. Burns did homer in the opening game yesterday. Takes a fastball up and out, but in there for a strike from Jet Hope. Hardest pitch we've seen from the right-hander. That one at 90 on the gun. Burns is 1 out of 5 with a 2 RBI base hit in the 5th inning. Swing and a foul ball tipped straight back. He was way early on the slide piece. Burns has grounded out 3 times, flied out once, and driven in 3 runs today. Next run would be the biggest. Hope set his 0-2. Swung on, line to short, caught by Matias, and we're going to extras. Why wouldn't we play extra baseball in a series that's been back and forth, dead even, just about the entire way? Marcos Rosales with a game-tying solo home run, and the Rebels score a run in the 9th to extend it. We go to the 10th with the score tied at 12 between UNLV and Austin Peay. Extra innings at the Earl. Final game of 4 between UNLV and Austin Peay goes to the 10th, all tied at 12. Jacob Gomberg, who came in and got all 3 outs in the 9th inning, stays in there for the 10th. Paris Pridgeon, the right-hand batting center fielder, to lead things off in the extra frame. No ghost runner, so to speak, as the first pitch swung on and fouled out of play. The placed runner at second base, the official verbiage. I never knew why the ghost runner was the common vernacular. He's not a ghost, he's real. Pridgeon hitting 8 today with 3 hits and a walk in 5 plate appearances. Also had that funky interference call where he was given credit for a ground out. He'll watch high here from the lefty Gomberg for ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike as Gomberg pitches in a second inning of work. Next pitch for Gomberg will be his 23rd in an inning plus. Lefty set. Here it is. That's up at the jaw for ball 2 at 93 on the gun. Marcos Rosales out at second base. As of now, the hero, and the reason why we are still playing, because that game-tying solo home run could not have come at a better opportunity in the bottom of the 9th, down a run. Now in extras, here's the 2-1. Slider snapped in there for a called strike to Pridgeon. Trevor Conley on deck. Kyler Proctor, the leadoff man, in the hole to start off the 10th inning. Don't see anybody warming up in the bullpen right now for Austin Peay. It would appear that Jet Hope may get the bottom of the 10th as well. Gomberg's 2-2 to Pridgeon. Swing and a miss. It gets by the catcher Taylor into the backstop. Pridgeon bearing down to first, and he's safe. Go-ahead run, strikes out, but reaches on a wild pitch. Give Gomberg credit for his second strikeout, but that wild pitch does put Pridgeon on. This Austin Peay team, so scrappy. They have found many different ways to put runners on, to move them over, and to get them in. That's the name of the game. And Austin Peay, one of the better teams at the mid-major level, 45 wins a year ago. They returned 20 players from that roster. Pridgeon on first for Trevor Conley. Lefty on lefty here with the third baseman Berrigan creeping tight. Conley squares to bunt, but it's a ball up and away as he pulls it back in time. Conley with a couple of strikeouts, a walk, a fielder's choice, and a line drive out on the docket so far. Batting at the bottom of the lineup today, still looking for his first hit of the year. 0 for 12 with 4 strikeouts to start the season. Pridgeon, a speedy base runner off the bag at first. Throw in that direction sends him scrambling back in, but he's safe. Rodriguez holds the tag on him as he is in there, just in case. Want to know to Conley. A bunt dropped down the first base side. The pitcher off the mound. Gomberg's only play is going to be to underhand it to Rodriguez at first. Scored a sacrifice. 1-3 on the scorecard at home. And that'll move the go-ahead run in the speedy Paris Pridgeon up to second base. So now the table's set. The job understood, you would hope, by leadoff man Kyler Proctor. Proctor atop the lineup today. 1 hit in 4 official at-bats. He's also been hit by a pitch and walked. Rosales keeping an eye on the runner in scoring position. Gomberg's first pitch to the right-hand batting second baseman is way upstairs for a ball. Gomberg, in 2 seasons at Florida, only made 4 appearances, mainly due to injuries, especially in his true freshman season 2 years ago. Lefty out of the stretch, deals the 1-0. Swung on, grounded up the middle. That gets by Cooper Sheffin into left center field. Around third is Pridgeon. Sanchez's throw to the plate is cut off by Johnny Rodriguez. And for the second straight inning, Austin Peay jumps ahead in the top. It is 13-12 in the top of inning number 10. That sacrifice bunt works to perfection as Proctor drives in his second run of the game on his second hit of the afternoon. That's the second run charge to Gomberg, who's now on the hook should the Rebels fall. Pridgeon with a strikeout. reaching on a wild pitch. Sacrifice bunt moved him over to second. And an RBI base hit scores of old school station-to-station baseball. Ray Velasquez, meanwhile, hits a rocket to third. Caught in the air by Berrigan. The throw to first. He got him. Double play. Great play by Berrigan. Phenomenal stretch on the back end by Johnny Rodriguez. And the Rebel defense limits the damage in the top of the 10th. 1 run on 1 hit. No errors and nobody left. Same deal for the Rebels in the 10th as it was in the 9th. They need 1 to tie, 2 to walk it off and win. Let's see what they can do, and we come back after 9.5 frames here at the Earl. It's Austin Peay 12, or 13, UNLV 12. For the second time this afternoon here in the series finale between UNLV and Austin Peay, it all comes down to this. Bottom of inning number 10. The Governors lead the Hustlin' Rebels 13-12. Marcos Rosales sent us to extras with a game-tying solo blast in the bottom of the 9th. Johnny Rodriguez to lead off the 10th with power on his mind. He has an RBI triple so far and can certainly tie this game with 1 swing. Jet Hope back out for a second inning in relief. And the right-hander misses just off the inside with a fastball. Rodriguez has struck out 3 times today. It was his first 3 at-bats. But since then, that triple and a hit batter have started some back and forth as he walked down the line at first. Hope's 1-0. Swung on and missed. Rodriguez getting a healthy heaping of breaking stuff today. Couldn't catch up to that one, and the count's now all square at 1. Shortstop Matias shaded up the middle. Not quite behind the bag at second, but definitely moved with Ray Velasquez off the bag at third. Rodriguez hits one high in the air to left field, traveling to Xylon Taylor. Taylor backs up. Left fielder at the track in front of the wall, makes the catch at the belt line. That thing got legs, and the wind nearly pushed it out of here to tie it from Rodriguez. That would have been some real wrist power just to flick that thing the other way out of here. But instead, Taylor underneath for out number 1. Granted, that is how the bottom of the 9th inning started. A leadoff putout. It was a Salmon strikeout in the 9th. Rodriguez flyout starts the 10th. Cooper Chef, who got the Rebels back within a run on an RBI base hit in the 8th inning, stands in next with nobody on ahead of him. Watching a first pitch in the dirt. He takes a breaking ball at 80 for a ball. Much like Rodriguez, Chef had been retired in his first 3 at-bats. Infield pop out and 2 groundouts to the left side. But since then, like Rodriguez, coming into this inning at least, he had reached in the next 2. Base hits both ties for Cooper. Swings and it's a tapper back to short. Picked up on 2 hops by Matias. And the sidearm strike to first is in time. And for the first time today, the Governors 1 out away from wrapping this one up and splitting the 4-game series. Jaden Hurdle has to reach to extend the ball game. That's currently in the 4-hour mark. Game has started at 12:06 here on the West Coast. 1 out away from wrapping up. The Rebels hope to continue. 2 outs. Base is empty. 13-12 the deficit as Jaden Hurdle takes a first pitch curveball low. More often than not, you're going to be instructed to take some more in that situation. You want to get your pitch in your spot. Something to drive and set up Gavin Taylor on deck. That's not a pitch to drive, but it is a strike as Hope flips a curveball in there for strike 1. Right now, Hope the pitcher of record. Jake Gomberg, a tough luck loser if the game wrapped up right now. Hurdle skies one in the infield. This should do it. Second baseman called off by the shortstop, Matias, right behind the bag at second. He'll make the catch. And that'll do it as Austin Peay splits a 4-game series in their first ever matchups against UNLV. Rebels win 7-3, 9-8 in the first 2 games. Austin Peay winning by 5-3 and 13-12 scores in 10 innings here today. Austin Peay in the winning line score, 13 runs on 11 hits, 1 error and 13 runners left on base. UNLV plated 12 runs on 16 hits with 2 errors, stranding 10. Jet Hope with 2 innings in relief, gave up just 1 run on 1 hit. He goes to 1-0 in his first win of the year. Jacob Gomberg with the loss. He's charged for 2 runs on 2 hits in 2 innings as well. We played today's game in 4 hours and 2 minutes in front of an announced attendance of 643 fans. And Austin Peay evens up at 2-2, while UNLV drops to 2-2 with a 13-12 Governors win in 10 innings. Austin Peay heads back home for a midweek non-conference showdown against Western Michigan. Meanwhile, UNLV takes on UC Riverside this Tuesday on the road. Next home games and next broadcast here on UNLV Athletics will be on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday as the Bradley Braves come to Vegas for the second time in as many years. We'll take the air at 6 o'clock for the Friday night matchup between UNLV and Bradley. Next time we're on these airwaves. Big thank you to everybody with UNLV Athletics, including the Sports Information Director Extraordinaire, Mr. Michael Palmer. And for everyone else, this is Matt Everett saying thanks so much for tuning in. Rebels fall 13, 12, and 10 innings in the series finale of a 4-game set against Austin Peay. Back at it Friday night at Earl E. Wilson Stadium against Bradley. And until then, so long.